Order.
Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to announce the release of Living Well Together, the online Indigenous cultural awareness and sensitivity training program for employees of the Government of the Northwest Territories. Developed by the Department of Finance in collaboration with the Departments of Education, Culture and Employment, and Health and Social Services, Living Well Together replaces the N.W.T's previous Aboriginal cultural and sensitivity training for its employees. It is a direct response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call for action with respect to professional development and training for public servants. Mr. Speaker, the Commission has called upon all levels of government, I quote, to provide education to public servants on the history of Indigenous peoples, including the history and legacy of residential schools, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, treaties and Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, and Aboriginal Crown relations, end quote. According to the Commission, this will require skills-based training in intercultural competency, conflict resolution, human rights, and anti-racism. Living Well Together is built on the Northern Studies curriculum provided to our students within the Northwest Territories and includes diverse and authentic perspectives of Indigenous people from across the Northwest Territories. Many courageous Northerners shared their personal stories on a wide variety of topics, including the impacts of residential schools. Mr. Speaker, these are important stories that all Northerners, especially our public servants, should listen to and learn from. On behalf of Cabinet, I want to thank each and every Northerner who told their story so that we could develop this training. This includes many elders, Indigenous governments, community members, Indigenous artists, and N.W.T employees who contributed to this training in so many valuable ways. Living Well Together was created in the spirit of reconciliation and provides opportunities for our employees to reflect on ways to support reconciliation and decolonization as public servants and private citizens in the workplace and within the community. Through careful reflection and deliberate acts of reconciliation, we can make positive changes throughout the Northwest Territories and serve as an example for the rest of Canada. With this in mind, this training will be mandatory for all employees, and the Department of Finance will endeavour to support all current N.W.T employees to complete this training within 12 months. My special advisor and I had the benefit of a sneak peek, and we have decided to act as one another's learning partners. We plan to schedule occasions over the coming months to work through the modules together. Mr. Speaker, we expect this training will have an immeasurable impact on not only our public service, but also on the communities we serve. We believe this training has the potential to benefit all residents of the Northwest Territories and will set example, as I said, for the rest of Canada. And as such, this training will be made available to the public. Living Well Together was developed in the spirit of reconciliation. I encourage all employees to begin this training with an open mind and to support one another during this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, one of the many exciting developments to expect as we get closer to the launching of the Polytechnic University is increased capacity for Northern research. We know that the work underway to increase the number of researchers and build effective research supports for college partners and stakeholders across the Northwest Territories will serve as catalysts for Northern social and economic development. In the areas of research, Aurora College is starting from a place of strength and great promise for the future. In December, it was again recognized as one of Canada's top 50 research colleges for 2020. Aurora College improved its overall ranking among the nation's top research colleges from 48th in 2019 to 29th in 2020, where it ranked in the top 10 in 2 categories: research growth and research intensity. Mr. Speaker, Aurora College recognizes the importance of ongoing collaborations and partnerships with other institutions, Indigenous and community governments, and non-governmental organizations. Leading efforts to ensure the success of research partners is an important part of the work already underway at Aurora College. During a year of significant public health restrictions that threatened long-term research initiatives, Aurora College found innovative ways to leverage its strong presence across the Northwest Territories and help support the territorial, national, and international research community during these challenging times. Aurora College continues to take steps to increase research capacity in advance of becoming a polytechnic university. In addition to adding 7 new Aurora College research associates that will bring new perspectives and ideas, Aurora College also formalized research partnerships with HOTACIDE and the Institute of Circumpolar Health Research. These partnerships strengthen northern research capacity and increase their ability to access federal funding. Mr. Speaker, over the coming year, Aurora College will continue building research capacity with the hiring of 3 new research chair positions. Aurora campus in N.W.T will see the establishment of a climate change adaptation research chair. Tabacha campus in Fort Smith will house the research chair for Indigenous approaches to environmental management, and Yellowknife North Slave campus will see the addition of a health and community research chair. These positions are supported through the college's partnership with ArcticNet, a network of centres of excellence of Canada, and will help to strengthen the initial areas of teaching and research specialization for the Polytechnic University. Mr. Speaker, we see the future of the Polytechnic University sitting at the centre of our knowledge economy and building a stronger future for our businesses and residents, including by empowering our youth to be research leaders of the future. The college accessed external funding this year to create student and youth positions in research, administrative, and logistic roles. This project encourages youth to pursue their interests in education and employment in science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM. The journey to build research capacity will not end with the establishment of a Polytechnic University in 2025. It will continue to empower students to understand and respond to the challenges they face for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, all of this work will support the college's successful transformation to a Polytechnic University, an institution where research will be a part of every aspect. Building on current research experience on topics such as climate change, permafrost, heavy metals in soil, renewable energy feasibility studies, intimate partner violence, and many others, the Polytechnic University will work to forge stronger ties with Indigenous governments, communities, industry, and the business community to ensure we always look ahead to a stronger, more prosperous, and resilient future. I want to commend Aurora College for the success it has achieved as they work to create the northern research leaders of tomorrow at an institution that will be built in the North, for the North, and by the North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in March of each year, we celebrate social workers across Canada and in the N.W.T. This year's theme for Social Work Month is Social Workers Are Essential. Mr. Speaker, social workers play a vital role in supporting and maintaining individual, family, and community well-being across the Northwest Territories. Social workers are trained to help people address personal and systemic barriers that negatively impact them from realizing their full potential. Social workers provide a variety of functions and roles in our communities. Some work in schools, helping children get the services they need to get the best possible education. Others provide mental health services, helping people overcome mental illnesses such as depression and anxiety, as well as substance use disorders. When families are in crisis, social workers are there to help them rebuild healthy relationships. Social workers can be found in hospitals, helping patients get optimal care, not only while in treatment, but when they return to their families and communities. Social workers also help us to cope with the loss of loved ones. Mr. Speaker, social workers also play an integral part in community organizations and in government, helping to create programs and policies that make our society a better and more equitable place for all. This type of work requires a passion for helping others and a commitment to making a difference in people's lives. These professionals have an ethical obligation to advocate for broad social change, to address social inequalities that will benefit the marginalized members of our communities and ultimately all of us. Mr. Speaker, members of this House know the 19th Legislative Assembly made it a mandate priority to improve early childhood development for all children. There are a number of activities being implemented across government to support this priority, including efforts to improve the delivery of children and family services and health and wellness in the N.W.T. The government of the Northwest Territories has invested a significant amount of funding to improve services for children, youth, and families in their communities. Social workers advance and provide these services across the N.W.T. In the last 2 years, we have funded 15 new social work positions and a number of supporting positions. Mr. Speaker, on February the 1st, 2021, the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority restructured the Child, Family and Community Wellness Division to better focus the work and bring staff under the umbrella of one team. This change in organizational structure will streamline processes for staff and allow for better collaboration and more consistent delivery of programs across the territory. These investments and new structures will better support social workers in the delivery of these important services. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Cabinet, I want to express how much our government appreciates the hard work and dedication of social workers. I am pleased to have this opportunity to recognize the commitment and positive contributions these individuals make in the lives of children, youth, and families in our communities, and thank them for their continued efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements, member statements, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the Acknowledgements First Nation and volunteers of this year's Kamba Carnival event, which took place this past weekend in Hay River, are on the reserve. We have to appreciate the fact that this event has taken place during a period of uncertainty when it comes to celebrations requiring social distancing and the many rules set out by our Chief Public Health Officer. Mr. Speaker, I am certain that to pull this event off, it required ingenuity, dedication, and countless hours by a committed community and group of volunteers. It required adapting a long-standing and proven event program to a new format during this unprecedented time. Mr. Speaker, the impact Kamba Carnival has on the Acknowledgements First Nation spills over into the town of Hay River, where it generates much excitement. I know the people in Hay River look forward to this event as great entertainment and recognition that spring and warmer weather is just around the corner. Mr. Speaker, therefore, as the MLA for Hay River South and on behalf of the MLA for Hay River North, I would like to send a big thank you from the people of Hay River to the Acknowledgements First Nation, the Kamba Carnival Committee, and the many volunteers that made this event a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Member statements, member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, in today's market, the art we hear about the most are often the one-off pieces that garner million-dollar price tags. But everyday art can also generate significant economic value. Art is cultural expression and a powerful conduit for healing, wellness, and economic development. Art is essential for individual and community success. When we look at the global art scene, we marvel at infrastructure like New Zealand's Te Papa, artist in residence programs like Fogo Island, and events like Burning Man. But grassroots initiatives just like these exist in the N.W.T. Our northern art sector is lush with renowned and passionate artists from the Salt Plains to the Pingos. We just need to be ready to support them. In 2019, many northern artists, myself included, participated in the N.W.T. Art Strategy public engagements. Today, we eagerly wait for the art strategy that we hope will not only renew this government's commitment to arts and culture, but also actively pursue a robust arts industry through education, funding, marketing, infrastructure, and policy work that supports the success of N.W.T. arts. Mr. Speaker, in addition to a plan, this government needs to reconcile where the arts belong. Today, the responsibility for culture and heritage, along with the N.W.T. Arts Council, sit within education, culture, and employment. But industry, tourism, and investment drives the N.W.T. Arts brand, economic diversification, festival funding, business grants and loans, and tourism. You cannot separate art from culture, and you cannot deny the economic potential of either. Supporting the arts is not just about culture or employment or history or community health or self-discovery. It is all of those things. This government needs to own the responsibility of properly housing and fostering its arts and culture to generate employment, expand economic opportunity, and foster community wellness. Arts in the N.W.T. is at a crossroads. It is time to reset its importance, to value the role of all artisans, and recommit to art as a foundation to community well-being and our economic future. In its fall 2020 economic statement, the federal government announced $181.5 million in additional funding for Canadian Heritage and Canadian Council for the Arts. We need to ensure that we are well positioned for this funding as a territory through clear strategic support of N.W.T. arts that elevate our world-class artists to its rightful place on the global stage. Money is ready to flow to propel the arts, Mr. Speaker, but are we ready to receive it? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Former Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment issued 10 significant discovery licenses for oil and gas during the last Assembly. This was a huge post-devolution resource giveaway. The area covered by these licenses is almost 2,200 square kilometers, an area about 40% the size of Prince Edward Island. Our government will get no revenues, no taxes, no employment, and no benefits from these areas that are now tied up virtually forever. Significant discovery licenses arose in the federal legislation that we inherited for petroleum resources. They allow companies to have exclusive ownership of oil and gas rights without having to do any work or pay any fees forever. Companies can now get these licenses used to be able to get these licenses without doing anything except being near another significant discovery license. A minister could require drilling to take place, but that has never been done. Our current Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment has an opportunity to get it right. We heard last week about the buried $45 million windfall in the main estimates that is a work deposit forfeiture from Husky Energy. We also heard that Husky Energy is asking to convert its exploration license 494 to a significant discovery license. Changes to the Petroleum Resources Act made in the last Assembly finally came into force on July 29, 2020. Significant discovery licenses are now limited to 15 years but can be renewed forever. Most importantly, the licenses, quote, may contain any other terms and conditions as may be agreed on by the minister and the interest owner of the significant discovery license. It's not clear whether that means the minister can impose work requirements or annual fees that could even rise over time, all to implement the principle of use it or lose it and generate some benefits for us. And what about the future? Will the minister consult with sawtooth communities or even regular MLAs before issuing the significant discovery license to Husky Energy? Will the minister impose exploration requirements that would create jobs and economic activity for the N.W.T, or will Husky Energy have a veto? I'll have questions for the Minister of ITI on what she's doing to protect the public interest in issuing the first significant discovery license under our amended Petroleum Resources Act. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 16th, it'll be 1 year that this Legislative Assembly sat in this House and ended our budget winter session early due to the unknown risks of COVID-19. Shortly after, the borders were closed and a public health emergency was declared in the Northwest Territories. We were told to flatten the curve by staying home, Mr. Speaker. No visitors were ordered. People began to panic out of fear of the unknown. Myself, as many other MLAs, began to become the COVID navigators for our constituents and for some of us MLAs, even for other constituents. I shared as much information I received from the N.W.T and answered as many questions as I could and sent in concerns and constituent complaints as they were afraid that the people that were in our community were not following the orders and self-isolation, and I did not know where to report them, so I sent them to the Minister of Health. When Protect N.W.T email was set up in the 811, I referred them to the reports to them. But I also had to continue to send in the email to the Protect N.W.T for those who did not have access. Sometimes we heard back and sometimes we didn't. I never knew if they were followed up, and neither did my constituents. Mr. Speaker, I know at that time, N.W.T was establishing on-the-go ways to protect the residents, and as time went on, more and more processes and staff were able to answer and follow up on concerns of residents, which is great. But, Mr. Speaker, I will raise this issue again. My community of Inuvik and the surrounding communities in the Beaufort Delta have been cut off to services that are not available to my region, and with no road to Yellowknife, our closest road is Whitehorse. We have a shortage of dentist appointments and only recently had the dentist office open in Inuvik with a backlog of clients. No vehicle warranty as vehicles get shipped, and it's been 50 below, Mr. Speaker, this winter. They get shipped to Whitehorse. For many services that are not available during normal times, people go to Whitehorse, as it is cheaper than flying to Yellowknife for one person. But now there is even more of a need, with many services limited or not even open. Social public venues are limited, are still not open, and people are suffering from isolation. Mental health issues are of high concern. Mr. Speaker, I've received and continue to receive letters from my community to continue to raise the issue of having a way for the residents of the Beaufort Delta to travel to and from the Yukon. We would appreciate if our Premier brings our voices and work with the Yukon government to open the border. Please give us a window of hope. I will have questions for the Premier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I bring up housing units in the riding of N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, we have the longest and coldest winters in my riding. We're the furthest north. Again, I've brought up in this House again and again how the housing units are in need of repair. The N.W.T communities, Sax Harbor, Paultuck, and Yellowknife, we have housing units that were built in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and then we have one or two units that are fairly new. Mr. Speaker, some units have been repaired, retrofitted, and haven't even been renovated, but in fact, the majority of them still require maintenance and upkeep on a yearly basis. I have constituents who put blankets on the floors just to keep their feet warm from freezing when they're walking around when it's minus 50. And then when the wind is blowing right, the windows and the doors, you'll have piles of snow on the corners. And that's not right, Mr. Speaker. These issues have to be dealt with. And then the problem that we're having, it takes 18 to 24 months planning prior to even getting materials in, and then having to build takes them probably about a year. In some cases, like right now, there's a unit up in a community that's been taking over 2 years to build. And it's not right, Mr. Speaker. We have young families that need units and housing. And to myself, I think to myself that there's got to be a way for CMHC to help us and help our minister to get these units done quicker and increase our housing allotment per community, or get rid of some of the old 70s units and give us, build new units that are required for the communities and the young families that need housing. And Mr. Speaker, you know, there's been a lot of talk about funding available through CMHC. My communities want to be able to see this funding for improving housing in my riding. We need to do more. We need to have more housing units for the younger generation that's coming up, instead of couch surfing and sharing 5 or 10 people in the unit. It's not right in this day and age. Mr. Speaker, my riding, the units, we need to start planning now to provide housing units for this coming year. And I'll have questions for the Minister at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living in the Northwest Territories keeps rising year in and year out. Every time the cost of diesel goes up, so does the power bill, skyrocketing costs of groceries, costs to repair appliances, cars, trucks, and all-terrain vehicles. Mr. Speaker, our message for staycations will come at a cost. Mr. Speaker, there is a document from the 17th Legislative Assembly titled A Vision for Energy in the Northwest Territories, which states there is a great deal of consensus across the Northwest Territories on the need to reduce our high costs of energy and the impacts of our energy use on the environment. This was in 2012. The document further states it is time to build on earlier work and establish a vision for future energy supply and use in the N.W.T. that reflects the goals and aspirations of residents, communities, and Aboriginal governments. The government of the Northwest Territories believes that this vision needs to be founded upon the goal of reducing imported oil and greater utilization of local and renewable forms of energy. Mr. Speaker, I realize the N.W.T. has made some gains towards this goal, but somehow loses interest in pursuing the ultimate goal of reducing our high cost of living. The new and updated energy plan by the N.W.T. developed in the 18th Legislative Assembly, the 2030 Energy Strategy, states its goal to guide the long-term development of secure, affordable, and sustainable energy for transportation, heat, and electricity. It goes on to state the N.W.T., including the N.W.T. Housing Corporation, will focus on leading by example by reducing energy use and emissions in its operations. It's also interesting to note the N.W.T. will also partner with communities and other stakeholders to ensure that the objectives of this strategy are met. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T. has long said it wants to lower our cost of living, but are we realizing that goal through actions? Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Premier at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked International Women's Day, and this year's campaign was Choose to Challenge, something I've personally been trying to do in my life more recently. International Women's Day was established over a century ago with the first gathering in 1911, supported by over 1 million people. International Women's Day is not specific to a country, group, or organization. For over 100 years, the fight for gender equality has been formally recognized on this day. However, it remains a battle fought daily. As I've spoken to in this House before, women have done remarkable things in the scientific realm. They took us to the moon, photographed DNA, and discovered new elements. As I said, Marie Curie is the only person who has won 2 Nobel Prizes in 2 separate sciences, and she did so over 100 years ago at a time when most women didn't even have access to basic education. Currently, only 13% of engineers in Canada identify as women, and locally, the Minister of ECE has said that this number is only 5 to 7% when it comes to tradespeople. While my passion has always been to further the inclusion of women in STEM, there is a lot of work to be done in establishing gender balance in all areas of society, especially now as the economic downturn of COVID-19 has hit women particularly hard and stalled progress on many gender equity projects. While International Women's Day 2021 has passed, I wanted to speak today to honour all of the women in my life who have fought for equality and who serve as inspiration. It is no secret that advancing the situation of women and girls was a huge motivator for me to enter politics. In my career and throughout my life, I have often found myself challenging stereotypes. During these difficult times, I have often relied on the circle of women around me. These amazing women have provided me with the wisdom and knowledge I need to help guide me in my endeavours and are there to comfort me when I stumble. It's time to recognize women's achievements, challenge gender bias and inequality by seeking out and celebrating women's achievements. Everyone needs to be an ally so we can create an inclusive world. From challenge comes change, so let's choose to challenge gender bias every day and not just on this one day a year. And in doing so, we can create a better future for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to clear the air about a few things in relation to my personal experience of racism at the N.W.T. SPCA. To begin, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to state wholeheartedly that I support the N.W.T. SPCA and all animal shelters for their work in protecting animals. I thank the SPCA for their work in this area. For that reason, I am not in favor of taking away funds from them. I'm an animal lover. I've had multiple dogs over the years and was raised living with large dog teams because of my father, who was a dog musher. Dogs were always around me growing up. It was very traditional for trappers to have dog teams. Dogs provided the transportation for our livelihood. This brings me to my second point. I know there's a process to adopting a dog, and I've been following that process. I sent the SPC an adoption application in mid-December and called them several times and left multiple voicemail messages about my interest in adopting a dog. Also, not once throughout this process did I identify myself as an MLA. I would never do that. I'm an ordinary person who does not expect special treatment. And I've always treated everybody with respect and dignity, regardless of who they are. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this whole situation is not about me versus the SPCA. People are losing focus about what I'm saying and why I'm saying it. This situation is about racism and how it exists in all facets of our society. There is no organization, whether government, nonprofit, or otherwise, that is immune to systemic racism. We're talking about the uneven power dynamics of race that's inherent in our society. We're talking about the unconscious racial bias that many people have against people who look like me. We're talking about the ingrained barriers that people of color face when accessing basic services in the community. People like me face discrimination every day when accessing services like housing, employment, and even shopping in stores. People like me are followed around in stores because of stereotypes. People like me are denied, undermined, and suppressed all the time. That is the simple fact of our reality. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude your statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, overcoming racism is difficult, exhausting, and uncomfortable work. If our society truly aspires for reconciliation, then we must challenge racism head-on. However, in order to get there, it will take work, and that work will require the effort of all sectors of our society to pitch in and do their part. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that I fully stand by my previous statement on this matter. The way I was treated was not okay. I don't believe I was treated with basic customer practices that people expect from organizations like the SPCA or other NGOs or entities that serve the public. And lastly, once again, Mr. Speaker, Black Lives Matter, Indigenous Lives Matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fundamental to any community's success is local ownership of land and buildings. Local landlords reinvest their rents into the community. They take more risk on local businesses, and they are key to a community's identity. However, Mr. Speaker, our capital city has a serious problem with local ownership. Thousands of our housing units and millions of dollars worth of commercial office space are owned by Southern REITs or various Southern multi-billion-dollar investment funds. These landlords have long treated real estate as an investment as opposed to the offices and homes that we all live and work in. Put more bluntly, Mr. Speaker, I want the N.W.T to stop leasing from Northview High Yield Investment Trust. I want us to stop being the anchor tenant in all of their buildings when they have repeatedly shown little interest in our community. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T has funded this monopoly for years at a cost to Northerners. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, when many of these long-term leases were signed, Northview was Northern Properties and actually was locally owned. They were signed, and we justified negotiating many of those leases at a higher lease rate as opposed to ownership to build up a Northern business. This, in fact, is allowed in the G&W leasing of improved property policy. However, we are not allowed to pay a premium to Southern landlords, Mr. Speaker, and over the years, these properties have been sold and resold, and we have renewed the leases without any consideration of our own policy. Our current policy requires that the G&W only lease at a rate no greater than the cost of ownership. If we are going to sign a lease at a cost greater than owning a building, it must be to a Northern business. A lease versus ownership analysis is required for every building and every G&W lease signed over 5 years. And those premiums can only be paid to Northern companies, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Infrastructure manages a $28 million lease portfolio. That's 109 leases for a total of 626,000 square feet of office space, many of them downtown Yellowknife. That's millions of dollars that should be going to local landlords, to Indigenous development corporations, and to anyone willing to make sure that our government's rent money stays in this territory. I'll have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure about, despite all the talk of supporting Northern businesses, we are not paying our rent to Northern businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with great pleasure and honor to acknowledge Lucy Simon as the 2020 Wise Woman for the Date Show region. I had the opportunity to be at her celebration in Fort Simpson this past weekend with her family, friends, and the regional leadership. I've known her for over 28 plus years. She is someone I call advisor, mentor, knowledge keeper, supporter, and more importantly, mom. She has opened her home to my family and myself. She treats my children as her grandchildren, and for this I am truly grateful. As well, I've had the privilege to have gloves and slippers made by her. Everyone has asked where they come from and comment on the amazing bead and fur work. One set of her slippers were made for my daughter's wedding, and I wear them in the house. Lucy Simon was raised in Jean River and is one of 8 daughters in a family of 15. Her parents, Mary Louise and Jim Sanguis, saw many changes from living on the land to living in the settlement. Through it all, they're always emphasizing, maintaining, and preserving the history and culture of Jean River through on-the-land practices and art. The time and patience that her mother took teaching her their art of sewing is a true testament of seeing Lucy's art. She's a very talented artist, known throughout the N.W.T and nationally, with some of her work displayed at the National Arts Centre in Ottawa. Her passion for creation started at a young age, when she was inspired by her elders and the land around her. Lucy created an extraordinary moose tufting called The Voices of Our Elders, a project that was coordinated by the Open Sky Society. She's very passionate about her creating traditional footwork, gloves, and takes pride in every detail of a finished product. Just as she learned from her mentors, she wants to pass it on, this creativity and knowledge, to those who want to learn. Both her and her husband Isidore raised a family of 5 and now enjoy the grandchildren. They teach them to speak and understand N.W.T when they can, also the importance of education, just as their parents did. At every opportunity, shared moments and memories about these teachings of language and culture that her parents shared. Lucy was employed with the Government of Northwest Territories in the Date-Show Health and Social Service Division as community health worker for 25 years and continues to mentor those who work there. She's also a successful business manager of her own B&B for the past 18 years. Perhaps the best way to describe Lucy's thoughts are in her own words. When I walk through the bush, I see the beautiful northern roses and all the things around me that create pictures in my mind that I need to draw. The pictures I draw and create are interpretations of experience through color and beauty around me. When I dye moose hire, it is a few drops here, and then that result in multicolors. This is where it is not just one color, but many shapes and patterns such as life. Mr. Speaker, I wore a suit at her ceremony there, and today I told her I'd wear my suit again in the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we've already heard today, yesterday was International Women's Day with a theme of Choose to Challenge. And I want to use this opportunity to thank my colleagues, my friends, and my neighbours for their support that gives me my opportunity to choose to challenge in a position not often held by a female. And by this, I mean very literal support. My partner works at a remote mine site. He had to adapt his work rotation in order to accommodate the risk mitigation precautions for COVID-19. His extended rotation was not what we planned on when I ran for elected office. The recent outbreak and resulting further 2 weeks of quarantine was also not something I had planned on as we were beginning budget session, sitting until 6 p.m. and often later. Over 10 different households helped me with school pickups, sport and activity driving, and various other childcare supports. Plus, another handful more checked in to offer their support. Particularly in that first week of unexpected single parenting, colleagues here, no doubt, ran into my children when I had to bring them in at 8 a.m. for a 8 a.m. start on a PD day. And Mr. Speaker, they were louder in the hall than what they should have been, but I want to express my gratitude and my pride that the Legislative Assembly is becoming a workplace that is accommodating and welcoming to the realities of working parents. The hours required of elected officials may be a barrier, but we are taking steps to show that it is a barrier that can be overcome. I believe this will help more individuals who are primary caregivers to children to bring their perspectives into politics. Mr. Speaker, other families have endured far more challenging work changes as a result of COVID-19. There are, of course, families with workers in health who are health workers, other frontline workers, other rotational workers who are in fact now doing 3 or 4 week shifts, and they are all persevering. I thank them for that. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, if you know a family who is having work challenges, please consider checking in and offering your help. They might not be asking, but they might not be asking because they simply don't have the time or the energy to do the asking. Again, I thank this wonderful community here in Yellowknife. I simply could not be doing my job without all of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife South. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Board of Directors of Inclusion N.W.T, the 2020 Outstanding Volunteer Award recipients in the group category. Inclusion N.W.T is located in my riding, but we all know and recognize their clients, workers, and staff from their presence in the community for many years, including in this building. At any given time, Inclusion N.W.T is serving 100 to 150 clients and families throughout Yellowknife with services including supported and independent living, employment services, literacy classes, family, children, and teen activities, advocacy, respite services, skills development, and an FASD support service. You'll see the odd job squad everywhere, hired by upwards of 200 clients a month. And that's just one high visibility program. This impressive list of services is overseen by the 9-member board. In this year of COVID challenges, continued delivery of programming and services has required extra flexibility and adaptation. President Ben Russo and his board hunkered down to make sure all of the clients have been taken care of. While thankful for the award, Mr. Russo has said he'd like to give it to the staff as well, led by Executive Director Lynn Elkin. This group award goes to the board, whose members each deserve special recognition, and I'll name them all. Serving with President Ben Russo are Vice President Pooja Chu, Secretary Catherine Fairbairn, Treasurer Chris Cahoon, and Directors Tony Florio, Esther Rowe, Karen Lajoie, Bree Kakowski, and Pamela Weeks-Beaton. Please join me in congratulating the Board of Inclusion N.W.T. for their service, guidance, and commitment to serve clients through the ethic of people helping people. And I salute the organization for its incredible contribution to our community. It truly is Inclusion N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been almost a year since all the craziness of COVID began with us here in the Northwest Territories. While we have largely unaffected by COVID in terms of actual numbers of COVID cases, there have been many hidden consequences resulting from this pandemic. The restrictions we have put in place to keep us safe from this disease also keep us apart in many other ways. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing the impact of this. Rising addictions, mental health, and social service. Mr. Speaker, in the past 4 months, my family and I have lost 5 significant people in our lives. In November 2020, I lost my youngest brother, Troy. It was the most difficult times, still continue till this day. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past week, we lost our auntie, Therese Jamaica from Wati. Therese was a second mother to me since my mother passed on in 2014. She took over the role, and she was a matriarch for our family, our strength, our rock. Therese was the epitome of a Dene woman, a woman of such great strength, resilience, a traditional woman, a spiritual woman, a woman loved all unconditionally. If she was here with us today, my auntie would be the one supporting all of us, holding us together in our grief through the most difficult times. Mr. Speaker, she would be standing behind me, holding my hand right now. Mr. Speaker, this is a very difficult time to stand here before you to talk about the most influential person of all times. Our hearts are broken yet again, and we're asking the public, the members, for the continuous prayers and support through these difficult times. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and also with you. We're all here for you through these difficult times. Merci. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Hayver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the questions are for the Minister responsible for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. I'd like to ask the Minister if she can confirm the construction status of the RCMP houses in Hay River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hayver South. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had announced 22 of the 42 RCMP units would be constructed this year. We're looking at completion for the Northwest Territories as of October 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hayver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also ask the Minister to confirm how the design and the square footage of these units, especially for Hay River, was determined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hayver South. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP units are a federal initiative that took engagement with the RCMP and the federal government. The final design was submitted and approved by the federal government. The design was from the RCMP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hayver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask the Minister if she knows if the RCMP members were consulted on the design. And I ask this question because the units appear small and seem to lack storage space, which I'm sure those with larger families would require if they're coming north. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hayver South. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our conversations were with the RCMP and with the federal government for Canada. Not too sure about the consultation they would have done with their members, and I don't have that information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hayver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister know if the RCMP members are required to move out of the current houses and into the new units, and what will happen, I guess, with the units they move out if they're required to move out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hayver South. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely, the RCMP members are. I hope they're moving into the units after we built them. It's their project. And also for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, as a minister, I am questioning the vacancy of the federal units that will be vacated by the RCMP members, and I'm hoping to acquire them by the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, that we would be hopefully eligible to be administering them, and they'd be transferred over to us. But that's a conversation I would be further with the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just excited because we've got 5 new units on the RCMP got to get moved out, potentially available in the community. So, Mr. Speaker, I brought up today aging housing units in my riding in N.W.T. I'm asking today, can the Minister tell me how fast are we accessing renovation funds per community in my riding to start planning renovations for this coming summer? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, when we had started the restrictions and we started to act on COVID-19, the Housing Corporation had acquired $5 million and had distributed that amongst the LHOs and the smaller communities for housing repair. Right now, for your region, we do have a number of units that are under repair and scheduled to be completed for this year. Just for the member, that we do have new construction built for YELLOWKNIFE, where we'd have 2 public housing units that are coming up, which doesn't seem, like very much, but then it's the retrofits that we do have throughout the territory, where we'd have to bring these public housing units up to standard. And this is, I'm looking at hopefully completing the public housing repair this year of 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for the N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, are there any plans to replace the old Weber units that were built in 1970 in communities, like take them off the books and be able to bring in new builds in regards for the community, for each community in my riding, and be able to bring in new units for the people and maybe even more like complexes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite eager to start working with home ownership throughout the Northwest Territories. The Weber units, we are working at a strategy within the Housing Corporation to have these units up for sale, to transfer them over to the public housing tenants that are acquiring the single-family dwelling units. We do have a rollout of units that will be coming together within the next few months. I don't have that list in front of me as it hasn't been finalized. Just looking at, just to try to speak about the member's comments, is that I hear his riding and looking at the condition of the homes in that communities as well, and looking at these are shoreline communities, so I hear the member on the damages that are quite significant in that riding, and we are working as a housing corporation. Also, just we are working also with the Indigenous groups in that riding as well to access the co-investment fund. So hopefully within the next couple of weeks that we will have an announcement to make. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for the N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that. This is a question in regards to getting ready for the summer retrofits and renovations season. I'm just wondering if we could get a third party to come into the communities to go and see every house in, say, Sachs Harbour and Polituck and Ullo, to see under the housing renovation and what the house needs, and to see what we're accessible to do for that this coming year, and be able to get it in on the barge before winter season comes again. Is that possible? And using local hire to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Condition rating is a priority as well too, that, we are looking at the public housing units. I know that, we're reaching the 40-year mark for them. And yes, I will have my staff go into the members' riding and to take a look at the conditions of the units that are there, because I'm quite interested to see the amount of retrofits we need to get done for that riding, and making sure we do get material into that riding on time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for the N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for that again. I'd like to see if the Minister was able to commit to a community tour this summer, and then not only that, but making sure that local people are hired to do the jobs and not bring in outsiders, because the outsiders, that's the problem that we've been having in my riding. So I need local hire and local contractors to get those contracts, so we're providing jobs for the community, and it's done locally on a timely and cost-effective manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for the N.W.T. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a supporter as well as for local hire, but some of the retrofits that are required, we do need the expertise to be flown in and to be passing inspection of the work that's potentially going to be done. I don't know the level of work that needs to be done, but I will keep the member informed as we go forward, and looking at possibilities of working with those specific communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do notice that former premiers' photos are in the past energy reports. So my questions are for the premier. Even though her photo's not in one yet, but the premier must be aware of the need to get a grip on the escalating cost of living in the territory. Has the Premier provided direction to Cabinet to come up with innovative ways for energy savings to curb the cost of living? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll begin this line of questioning. So I am just totally unhappy that my picture is not in the energy strategy. I have to say that, Mr. Speaker. And do I have a grasp on the cost of living? Mr. Speaker, I've said it more than enough times. I was a single parent for many years. I exactly know how hard it is to live in the Northwest Territories. So I will just stop at those questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Ditcho.
Mr. Speaker, some of the largest energy users of fossil fuels are the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, Northwest Territories Power Corporation, and Marine Transportation Services. Can the Premier commit to directing the departments to submit energy plans to guide the long-term development of secure, affordable, and sustainable energy for transportation, heat, and electricity? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do know that we have a long-term energy strategy. However, it is not under my portfolio. It's the Minister of Infrastructure, so I'd like to defer the questions to the Minister of Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we have under the 2030 energy strategy, the N.W.T and its partners will invest $400 million over the life of the strategy. And these are to ensure we have a reliable energy system, as well as to address some of the cost of the energy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We are on track to meet the strategic objectives of the energy strategy. We've rolled out the new N.W.T greenhouse gas grant program for governments, buildings, and industry to be able to support alternative energy and efficiency. We've also doubled some of the Arctic Energy Lines funding to be able to efficiently triple the amount of reliable rebates available to residents, businesses, as well as communities. We're also setting the stage for our larger energy projects such as hydropower. With that, Mr. Speaker, I think that just goes to show that, within our current strategy, we are meeting some of our standards. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Ditcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. The vision from 2020 was founded upon the goal of reducing imported fuels and greater utilization of local and renewable forms of energy. Can the Premier commit to developing a comprehensive biomass strategy that can be utilized by all departments, including NTPC? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
I thought I heard Premier in there, but that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are always looking at ways to be able to reduce some of the costs of, especially to the public, NTPC, Housing Corporation, and that's why we buy bulk and use MTS to be able to deliver some of our fuel services up and down the Mackenzie Valley Highway, or Mackenzie Valley. Soon we'll have a highway, but right now it's just the Mackenzie Valley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Ditcho.
Mr. Speaker, all my questions are all related to biomass strategy, not to liquid fuels. Electricity rates keep climbing every time the price of diesel goes up. I note the hydro dams plants burn up a significant amount of diesel to operate. Can the Premier or the Infrastructure Minister commit to having NTPC find innovative strategies to lowering their greenhouse gas emissions using biomass? To that in turn lowers the cost of electricity customers have to pay. Merci.
Ditcho, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories has delivered a number of biomass projects to be able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also operating costs. The use of wood pellets boilers has proven to be a reliable technology for the N.W.T and the residents, as well as businesses, local, territorial governments have all benefited from some of these successes. You know, the use of biomass heating, like the member mentioned, is considered for all N.W.T facilities and are currently being constructed. So these are some of the projects that we are doing now. And like I said, we talked about the 2030 energy strategy and also the action plan. So this is stuff we're working on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Last week, the Minister revealed that she is working on issuing a significant discovery license for Husky Energy under the amended Petroleum Resources Act. This will be the first significant discovery license issued under our improved regime. Can the Minister tell us whether she's going to consult Saulteaux communities, Indigenous governments and regular MLAs before issuing this significant discovery license? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government in the Northwest Territories does indeed consult with Indigenous governments, Indigenous organizations at the stage of when there's a call for bids. It is much earlier in the process than where this particular item is at. In this instance, what is relevant here is Section 30 of the new Petroleum Resources Act, which actually says that the minister shall issue the significant discovery license if certain conditions are met, which indeed they are here for Husky. As such, that I won't have any discretion in this particular instance. You know, the reason that the consultation takes place earlier, and in this case took place, was under the previous federal regime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. That's great to hear. I hope this is not going to be another resource giveaway, but you know, the Minister sort of prefaced my next question. Section 30.3 of the Petroleum Resources Act says that a significant discovery license, quote, may contain any other terms and conditions as may be agreed on by the Minister and the interest owner of the significant discovery license. It's not clear whether that means the Minister can impose work requirements or annual fees that could even rise over time, or whether Husky Energy has a veto. Can the Minister tell us whether it is her intention to impose any terms and conditions in this significant discovery license that require exploration to be carried out, northern benefits, or annual fees? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as I had mentioned earlier, the particular instance here of Husky Oil is one where the call for bid stage took place 2011, 2012, under a pre-devolution regime, under a totally different regime than which is envisioned by the new Petroleum Resources Act. The new Act certainly does give the opportunity at the earlier stage of that call for bids to include rental fees, rentals and fee structures and opportunities to really increase the possibility for revenue. But again, in this particular instance, we're well past that stage. I would also note, Mr. Speaker, that yes, the new Act includes the opportunity for issuing benefit plans, and in this instance, Husky would still, should it choose to proceed undertaking activity, have to go through the process of submitting a benefit plan. But with respect to those parts of the process where they predated the current regime, there's not a fair opportunity at this stage to be reimposing or imposing items that weren't there previously. But Mr. Speaker, this is a somewhat unusual situation. Huskies, I believe the last, if not the last or one of the last occasions where we're pulling something that happened in this pre-devolution time and putting it into the new Act with the new stage as it goes through its evolution of its license from the call for bids through to production. So, you know, the questions being asked are ones that in the future, when we're looking at new discoveries, I'll be able to answer a strong and firm yes into the future with those new projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'm a bit perplexed at what I just heard. We changed this legislation in the last Assembly so we would give the Minister the authority to impose terms and conditions to get northern benefits. Otherwise, we just give the company a significant discovery license and they can sit on it for 15 years and do nothing. Is this minister going to use her discretion to impose some terms and conditions to get northern benefits? Or is she just going to give Husky Energy a blank check? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, this is an occasion where Husky originally had their processes done or their bids done in 2011 and 2012, and there's an element of fairness in the regime that we have to ensure to include at all times, so that no business or industry of any sector is going to think that they come in here under a certain regime with a certain set of expectations and have it changed under them. So in this case, Mr. Speaker, while yes, if they intend to go out onto the land and conduct activities, they will have to be filing their benefit plans. Those benefit plans then have to now be made public. That is under the new regime. It is a tremendous opportunity for northern communities. But with respect to imposing now rentals and fees when they didn't have those imposed on them in the past, no, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to be dragging something from 10 years ago and applying this. Mr. Speaker, that's not fair and that's not the right way to do business. But in this particular instance, again, the Act is giving that power now looking forward, and certainly that's something that everyone can move forward understanding what that regime is going to be, so that into the future there will continue to be those opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for that. In the existing exploration license for Husky Energy, there already is an annual fee per hectare the company has to pay. Now, is the Minister prepared to keep that kind of annual fee in the significant discovery license, or is she just going to give everything away? I want to know from the Minister, she has discretion to do the right thing and secure benefits for the North. Is she going to do that, or is she going to give this away, not even include an annual fee as there is in the current exploration license? Will she impose a fee in the significant discovery license, same as what's in the exploration license? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this license has been subject to significant review from Departments of Justice because of the fact that there was so much that had to come in from the past and into the present. And so that's been some of the challenge here. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to avoid the question. I just want to ensure that I'm not here on the floor of the House getting into something that really has gone through significant legal review, as I've said. So, Mr. Speaker, I would certainly not expect that there's going to be less fees offered or a freer ride now than what it has been in the past. So, Mr. Speaker, the significant discovery license here flows from the exploration license that was in place, and I'm quite certain, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to follow that approach. And Mr. Speaker, looking forward, if they are going to look to renew, which is one of the new benefits of the Act, then they're going to be looking to review, knowing that there is now this new regime in place where there may be additional or enhanced fees and additional enhanced reporting and additional enhanced requirements. So, again, I'm simply trying to steer us to the fact that as we go forward, there is a new Act that gives a lot more power and puts a lot more expectations on the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Medevac Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Premier, and as to my statement, I'll be looking at this Yukon N.W.T border. Has the Premier had conversations with the Yukon Premier about a bubble with the N.W.T since he has the power to open the border on the Yukon side? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Medevac Twin Lakes. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have had discussions with Premier Silver from the Yukon government around exemptions for residents to cross over the borders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Medevac Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess I'll wait to say if that's good news or not. With the high uptake of Moderna vaccine that we've been hearing of, and I know that the communities in my region have really been posting a lot that they've been getting high percentages of first and second doses, and recently with the all over 18 in Inuvik being able to receive the COVID vaccine, that covers the Beaufort Delta, anyone over 18. Will there be a Yukon N.W.T bubble anytime soon after those discussions, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Medevac Twin Lakes. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have had discussions with Premier Silver from the Yukon Territory. He is more than interested in having exemptions for residents to go cross borders. We are as well interested in that. However, Mr. Speaker, I have to put it out there. Premier Silver has let me know that if he was to consider having an exemptions, not a bubble, but an exemptions, then he would not be okay with us closing the border when they open up to British Columbia. And in conversations, it will only be a couple of weeks, he's assuming, before they open up to British Columbia. So at this time, that is the underlying factor that is not good news for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Medevac-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's not good news, but I guess my next question will be, will the Premier have discussions with, I guess, the Minister of Health, the CPHO, on what the plan, or has had discussions with them of what N.W.T plans on doing, especially, you know, knowing that we have higher rates of vaccine? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Medevac-Twin Lakes. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. We have been having discussions with our CPHO around what will happen when the majority of residents in the N.W.T get vaccinated. 75% has herd immunity. However, Mr. Speaker, there's still population. There's people that have not, will not, or cannot get immunized. And we have a whole population of children that we don't have a vaccine for. And the major factor, Mr. Speaker, is actually that they're not projecting that the vaccines will be delivered in the south until late fall, September. So we have serious concerns. There's not enough research. My understanding is that even if we have the vaccines ourselves, can we still transmit COVID-19 to other people? Those are questions we don't know. So I know that our CPHO is well aware of the mental health, and I know she's tired of it just as much as all of us, but her job is to make sure that we keep as safe as possible, and she's trying to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary. Member for Medevac-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess the next question I'm going to ask is, how long are we going to be in this public health emergency, especially after, you know, I refer back again to the Emerging Wisely plan. You know, I think the people of the Northwest Territories, the people of the Beaufort Delta have a voice too, just like the people at the mines do, and they're given exception after exception. And so how long will we be in this public health emergency? And do the residents who have been vaccinated have an option to challenge this public health emergency if they choose to? Especially after they've been vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Medevac-Twin Lakes. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to defer that question to the Minister of Health and Social Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Premier, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. The CPHO conducts regular risk assessments of the context of COVID-19, and it is her view that a public health emergency still exists, and as a result, her public health orders remain in place, and as a result, the self-quarantine for 14 days remains in place until a time when she doesn't think that that risk any longer exists. And in order to change those orders, she has to do, as the Premier said, she has to do a scan of for example, vaccine levels. Well, the N.W.T is now over 40% vaccinated. The number for the whole of Canada is 1.42%. So there's not anything like equality of vaccination across the country. Secondly, there's still community transmission of COVID-19 in some southern jurisdictions, and that's something that we've worked very hard to prevent from happening here. And the third part is that while we know the vaccine reduces how sick people become with COVID-19, we don't have definitive answers about whether it also stops transmission, so that whether as a vaccinated person I can still carry the virus with me and pass that on. So we are very interested in making the changes that the member is talking about. We understand that people are fed up with the isolation, and they would like to be reunited with their friends and family, their former lives. And we look forward to a time when we can truly get this behind us. But that moment is not now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister of Infrastructure about who exactly the N.W.T pays its rent to. So my first question is, how much a year do we pay in leasing to southern landlords?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every year we pay approximately $18 million. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's the $18 million I really would encourage the department to look at and see if we can make that a smaller number and give that to some northern businesses. One of my concerns is that our leasing of improved real property policy only permits us to pay a premium to a northern business, and if we are going to rent from a southern business, it actually has to be cheaper to lease as opposed to own. And I'm a little concerned that as these buildings have been kind of sold off and resold and merged and acquiesced over the years, that we fell out of compliance with our own policy. So my question to the Minister is the Minister confident that that $18 million is in fact in compliance with our own leasing policy?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we are in compliance with the leasing of improved real property policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I struggle how that is the case, in that previous analysis have showed that it's actually it's cheaper for us to own our buildings than it is often to lease them. This was part of the analysis that justified building the new government building, and justified the N.W.T building large office buildings in the past, was that we could do it cheaper to own than lease. So how does the Minister rectify saying that we are paying $18 million to southern landlords with the fact that we have previously concluded that it's cheaper to own our own buildings as opposed to lease them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the member is able to share their document so that we can review and perhaps be happy to respond in review, because right now I'm not sure how to answer without any context to this document that the member is referring to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the document I'm mostly talking about is the fact that we built a giant building and we decided not to lease it. So I guess my final question to the Minister here is, if in fact we are renting any of this $18 million to a non-northern landlord, will the Minister commit to conducting the cost-benefit analysis of lease-to-own versus the policy and make sure we are not, in fact, paying a premium to any of these southern landlords? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will review these leases as they expire to have a look to make sure that there is the cost benefits. However, I do want to say that, in accordance with the policy, we undergo lease versus own analysis proposed on new lease contracts with terms of over 10 years. Currently, we own 28% and we lease 72% of our general office space, which is influenced by a number of things: location, local market conditions, operational needs, assessment, and also availability of capital as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. During my member statement, I referenced additional funding that was earmarked, in the fall 2020 federal economic statement. So I'm wondering how much of the $181.5 million in additional funding for arts and heritage does the minister intend to request from the federal government, and does the anticipated N.W.T. arts strategy support this request? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for education, culture and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. None and no. And the reason for those answers is because we've been informed by the federal government that this money is not flowing to governments. It's not flowing to provincial or territorial governments. It will be distributed through the Canada Council for the Arts. What that means is that there are limited number of organizations in the territory that will actually be able to access this funding. We have a lot of artists in the territory who are just individuals who, it might be someone making slippers in their house and doing beading, and those individuals can't access that funding. And I've had conversations with the federal minister about this before, and during some of the COVID relief funding that rolled out, they did have an application process where individual artists could apply, but that's not the case in this situation. So unfortunately, we're not in a position to request any of this funding, and therefore we can't obviously build it into our art strategy, but we will support artists in the territory in their attempts to access this funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's not fabulous news, because a lot of the extra funding and grants that are available to Northern artists do come through and are filtered through our government system. They either come from ITI or they come from the N.W.T. Arts Council through ECE. And so I'm wondering if the minister can confirm or not if N.W.T. artists would actually be better served by an N.W.T. Arts Council that was independent of ECE. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member might be envisioning a different body than what our Arts Council currently is. Our Arts Council helps makes decisions about how to distribute the funding provided by ECE. I think the member might be thinking of something like an artist collective in the territory or something like that. And you know, while there's perhaps a merit to those discussions, that's not really what the Arts Council is at this point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the minister is wondering if I have big dreams for arts in the Northwest Territories, the answer is yes. I'm wondering if the minister would be willing to have a conversation with the Minister of Industry, Tourism, Investment about kind of our disjointed approach to art within the Northwest Territories. We currently have culture and heritage housed under, as well as the Arts Council housed under ECE, and then we have tourism, which has a huge cultural piece to it, and there's, I believe, a huge untapped market for arts in the Northwest Territories and on the global stage. So I'm wondering if the minister will have a conversation about how to really bring together arts within the GNWT so that we can better support Northern artists and give them that stage that they rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for education, culture and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a conversation that's been going on for years and years. And I think that you know, from the outside, ultimately when it comes to programs that support our residents, there should be no lack of service or service disruptions or poor service based on how it's distributed among different departments. Ideally, the GNWT should be working together, sort of an integrated service delivery approach, and provide services to residents with a resident focus, and not how the government does that. You know, it needs to be coordinated, and I think there's coordination between ITI and ECE, and it would be difficult to completely separate this file. You know, ITI isn't the type of department that would take over responsibility for the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre, for example, and ECE isn't necessarily the type of department who promotes and sells internationally. And so I think that the approach that we have now is to utilize the expertise in both departments and work together. Now, that being said, you know, I'm always looking for ways to do things better, and I'm happy to have that conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Or final supplementary, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to having more conversations about this with the minister, because I think it merits further conversation. But my last question I really want to know is, does the minister intend to table the N.W.T. art strategy during this sitting? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on the questions that I've gotten in the House, the feedback that committee has provided during our main estimates review, both in camera and public, there's additional work being done on the art strategy. I think it's incumbent upon us when we hear things to incorporate those that feedback, and so we will do that. We will be providing standing committee, both I believe Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment and the Standing Committee on Social Development with copies of the draft for additional feedback in the coming weeks, and likely will table at the next sitting of this Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Oral questions, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to ask some further questions of the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment on this significant discovery license that she seems to be poised to issue to Husky Energy. So I heard some very disturbing things from the Minister, but I think I'll try to boil it down into a few simpler questions maybe and see where we get here. So does the Minister have the authority under the amended Petroleum Resources Act to issue significant discovery licenses that contain any other terms and conditions? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 3, Sub 3 of the Petroleum Resources Act does state that the license must be in a prescribed form, may contain other terms and conditions not inconsistent with the Act or regulations as may be agreed on by the Minister and the interest owner of the significant discovery license. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that excellent reading of Section 30.3. So does this mean then that an applicant for a significant discovery license has a veto over terms and conditions? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't say a veto. It doesn't say that the party must, shall on the other part, but it does say as may be agreed to. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I had said earlier, when the processes come through, if indeed there are to be new calls for bids, which would then move through exploration license, significant discovery declarations, and all the way through to production. This Act now governs that entire evolution. This Act will create a system that is one that is reasonable, one that is certain, one that people can actually understand what is expected of them, and including the fact that we do now have the ability to make these types of additions to the significant discovery license. So, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't a member at the time when this new act was. I know that the MLA certainly was. I'm sure they're familiar with the vision here, which is one that is meant to give more tools to the hands of a minister before issuing a discovery license. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, it is to be as agreed to. And again, that is why now when issuing a call for bid, it's going to be very clear what the expectations through that evolution will be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I've heard lots of references to what happened in the past by the feds. I don't really care what they did. They didn't do a good job, and it looks like we seem to be bound by that for some reason. So, but in the current exploration license, and this exploration license covers 175,000 hectares, and in there's the ability to charge a rental, and the rental varied from $3 up to $8 per hectare. So that means at the end of the exploration license, we're getting $1.4 million a year in terms of a rental for that exploration license. That's the same amount the Minister is going to give away with the reduction in the small business tax. So here's a way to make up that revenue. Is the Minister going to impose a rental fee in the significant discovery license equivalent to what's already in the exploration license? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Mr. Speaker, this particular discovery license is the last one that is grandfathered. That was the point I had tried to make earlier, and I think I wasn't perhaps putting it all together very clearly, but it is a grandfathered one. It's the last one of its kind. Mr. Speaker, I also would prefer to look forward into the future and not be talking about my items that come forward from the past. Because this particular one, and all of the things that it's associated to and the other licenses it's associated to don't have a rental fee put into their significant discovery license out of simple fairness and out of simple fact that it is not appropriate to take something that was under a previous legal regime. It's already been wedged into this new legal regime where it's already not going to have an indeterminate significant discovery license. It's going to have only a 15-year license, and it's going to come with the expectation of having benefit plans if in fact there's work. There are significant new benefits under the new regime, but some things, putting in the rental fee, which others that it came up with didn't have, Mr. Speaker, on full reflection and legal review, that's not a fair way to proceed. It's not a good way to show ourselves to have a good reputation for fairness, and it certainly exposes us to legal risk. So that's the challenge that I'm faced with, Mr. Speaker. But going forward, Mr. Speaker, this Act does give the ability to, from day one when there's a bid, set up a system where there are bids, where there's rental fees and fees that will bring in hopefully a better sort of revenue into the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I'm not interested in waiting 15 years to reopen this significant discovery license. The Minister has the ability now to include terms and conditions that will benefit Northerners. She doesn't seem to be prepared to exercise that discretion. So my question to the Minister is, in whose interest is she acting in issuing this significant discovery license, the companies or the public's? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Mr. Speaker, I take my responsibilities as a minister very seriously. I certainly am not going to stand and act in anything other than in the interests of the public of the Northwest Territories, but that includes, Mr. Speaker, an understanding and awareness of the rule of law and the legal advice that we might receive as ministers. I don't act on my own. I don't act without advice. I don't act without looking to the department. I don't act without looking to the Department of Justice when the time is appropriate. This was an unusual legal problem. I could see that from day one when it came to my desk. And we sought legal advice on how do we proceed fairly as a government, how do we act fairly as a department, how do I take something from a past regime and put it into the new one. I'm acting in part on the legal advice. Yes, I have powers to do things, but I'm not going to act in a vacuum. I'm going to act on the best advice that I have around me. That, Mr. Speaker, is what I'm doing here. It is always with the interests of the people of the Northwest Territories to demonstrate to everyone that we act fairly and in process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Heber South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to continue the questioning the Minister responsible for the N.W.T. Housing Corp and with respect to RCMP units. I'd ask the Minister, how many housing units currently occupied by RCMP members in Hay River could be available to the N.W.T. Housing Corporation after the RCMP members move into their new units? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Heber South. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that number with me on hand, but just for the members' information is that the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation is seeking to acquire all federal housing units throughout the Northwest Territories and looking at if we would be able to administer and if those units would be able to be transferred over to the Housing Corporation for our program delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Heber South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's good news. At least they're moving ahead, trying to get some units, even though they may not be new. So if these units were to be acquired, has the Minister or the Department identified a use for them, whether it be public housing, market housing, home ownership? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Heber South. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation has a variety of rental and home ownership opportunities and home repair programming as well. Once we are able to determine what we're able to acquire from the federal government, we will be able to determine the type of programming that we will be offering once the units possibly can be transferred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Heber South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If these units were to be acquired, can the Minister confirm if the Department knows the condition of the units currently occupied, or would they come over retrofitted? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South, Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once we do, if we are able to acquire the units from the federal government, we will be able to make further determinations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess what I'm trying to do is, I'd like to get some units for Hay River before my term is up. So, if the repairs or upgrades on those units seem to be cost prohibitive, would the department look at demolishing them and using the properties to build new units? Because you know, we gave up 6 pieces of property, I think it was, for the RCMP units. So I'd like to see that land at least be used to build new public housing units. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South, Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would be determined once we are able to acquire these units, and I do hear the member. I am trying to see what I could get in the community of Hay River, and I do realize that we haven't had any new builds in that community as well. Also, I'm looking at the addressing the seniors issue as well too for the community. So far, the Housing Corporation has addressed the homelessness issue, but we are looking to work further. Once we do get a final answer from the federal government, I will be contacting the member and looking at specifics for the housing programming in his riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Oh. Other? Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I didn't give any of these questions to the minister prior. I'm just writing them as as I'm sitting there. I'm trying to say, wait. Anyways, I would like to ask the minister if her department has considered looking at the Mackenzie Place high-rise as a possible to possibly purchase it and do a retrofit and use it for for public and market housing, or if any work's been done in that area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South, Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is a strong advocate for the high-rise in Hay River, and looking at that building, we are in conversations with the owner presently, and those are ongoing as well too, and we are looking at the co-investment funding applications as well too, and the rapid rehousing, and looking at federal programming that would best suit the conditions of that high-rise. But we also realize that there are a lot of additional issues with that building as well. But going forward, I will provide an update to the member as to where the owner had left off on the last status of the building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the minister mentioned additional issues, I would ask the minister what amount of work has gone into assessing that building on the engineering side, the health side, the fire, electrical, mechanical. How much effort has this government, I guess, or her department put into make an assessment of that building? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South, Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't received a current status as of today, but I do know that this is a collaborative approach that does affect a number of my colleagues' departments as well to acquire the current status, and also that there were some deficiencies within that building. There was a fire that destroyed one floor of the building as well, but it was also the structure was aged. But in the time being, I will provide an update to the member because we have been in contact with the owner of the building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my concern is that when we lost the high-rise, it displaced a number of people, and when people get displaced in Hay River, they're either on the street or they may not tend to move to Yellowknife or other northern communities. They tend to move south. So that means that we lose some federal funding, and the cost to house or the cost to accommodate people who are on the street is probably between $8,000 to $12,000 per month per person, which if we took that and we could house 4 people. So I'm asking the minister, what is her plan, I guess, to ensure that we find some public housing units and rental units in Hay River for displaced persons and from the high-rise, and also other people who are on the wait list and cannot find a place but are forced to move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation has been in talks with a couple of the nonprofit organizations in the members' riding. And I just wanted to reiterate again that, the Housing Corporation did act on the homelessness initiative in Hay River, and we were able to provide a portion of funding to that initiative that they wanted to work towards. And also, I also wanted to just express that, when COVID-19 had hit last year, that, there was a huge need to address the homelessness issue throughout the Northwest Territories, and we did acquire a motel as well too, to try to help alleviate and accommodate the most vulnerable population in the members' riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would just like to thank the Minister for answering those questions without prior knowledge of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Taking this comment. Oral questions. Written questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. My written questions regarding assessing and managing conflict of interest in the government. The Code of Conduct respecting conflict of interest and oath of office and secrecy for the employees of the Government of the Northwest Territories formulates the ethics and values that public servants are expected to follow in their behavior and describes the consequences of failure to observe the code. In light of the high number of activities Government of the Northwest Territories employees undertake in the voluntary sector, in their communities, in other governance, private and for-profit matters, my question to the Minister of Finance is how many N.W.T employees currently have approval to undertake outside activities, broken down by whether the activity is outside employment and/or self-employment, service with or without remuneration on boards, councils, or committees, and volunteer activities. 1. What is the number of N.W.T employees who have been found to be in conflict of interest at any given time, broken down by year for the past 10 years? What responsibility does the deputy head have if an employee is found to be in a conflict of interest? Are there any appeal mechanisms in place if someone feels a conflict exists that has been dismissed by the deputy head? And new forms of partnership between government and the private sector and more public engagement by governments mean that conflicts of interest may take new forms. What kind of training is the N.W.T providing to ensure that those providing approval to outside work have a good understanding of when conflicts of interest may arise, and that all employees, including those who have left the service, understand the appropriate interplay between their employment and any outside commitments, and in fact comply with the codes of conduct? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
documents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Government of the Northwest Territories response to motion 1119(2), creation of a Northwest Territories elder strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for infrastructure. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents: a follow-up letter for oral questions 589-19(2), Fort Smith Regional Airport, and a follow-up letter for oral questions 606-19(2), access to internet for students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I gave notice that on Thursday, March 11th, 2021, I will move the following motion. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that notwithstanding Rule 4, when this House adjourns on Friday, March 12th, 2021, it shall be adjourned until Monday, March 29th, 2021. And further, that any time prior to March 29th, 2021, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bill 3, Bill 12, 13, 14, and 16. Committee report 8, 9, and 10-19(2), Minister Statement 77-19(2), Table Document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19(2). By the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19(2), I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business before the House, with Member for Medevac Lakes in the chair.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, committee wishes to consider table document 286-19(2) main estimates 2021-2022 for the Legislative Assembly and Department of Natural Resources. Mr. Joe.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee will take a short recess and resume with Legislative Assembly. I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 286-19-2 main estimates 2021-2022. Does the Speaker have any opening remarks?
Yes, Madam Chair. I am pleased to present the 2021-2022 main estimates for the Legislative Assembly. Overall, the Legislative Assembly's estimates propose an increase of $1,723,000 or 7.6% over the 2020-2021 main estimates. These estimates represent the important work we will undertake during the upcoming fiscal year and focus on the following 4 overarching priorities. 1, addressing the needs for additional office space within the office of the clerk as a result of an increase in staff. 2, being responsive to our statutory obligations with the establishment of the Independent Commission to review members' compensation and benefits and the Electoral Boundaries Commission. 3, continuing to expand our languages and interpreter services within the Legislative Assembly. And 4, supporting the developing needs of our statutory offices. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my opening remarks. I look forward to answering any questions members may have.
Thank you. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Mr. Speaker, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Directly behind me we have Ms. Kim Wickens, Director of Corporate Services, also Acting Clerk Glenn Rutland. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Okay. Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with expenditures on behalf of members, starting on page 8. Questions? Seeing none. Oh, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I'd like an explanation of the increase for the members' pension expenses between the current financial year and what's being requested for 21-22. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
We'll turn that to Ms. Wickens.
Ms. Wickens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the change in pension, our members' pension expense is an increase of $340,000, and the change is a result of the changes in membership resulting from the election. The new membership and lower discount rate increased liabilities, which resulted in an increase to the pension expense.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So it's not as if anybody's going to get a pension increase then, like that's, this is, as I remember, a defined benefit, a pension, and so it's just that we have more members that are eligible to draw it down now. That's what's happened here. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this does not raise the pension benefits for members. The contribution ensures that pension plans are funded to a level to meet current and future needs of the Assembly's pension plan.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Are there any further questions on expenditures on behalf of members? Seeing none, please turn to page 9. Legislative Assembly expenditures on behalf of members, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $9,957,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. We will now turn to the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, beginning on page 10, with information items on page 12. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that the funding for the Chief Electoral Office is somewhat cyclical, and then if we look in 2019-20 an election year, it's $1.486 million, and then from year to year, it's about $500 million. However, I see that there's an increase here. Can I just get an explanation why there was an increase, outside of an election year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll turn this over to Ms. Wickens.
Ms. Wickens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the increase in the expenses for the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer is a result of staffing. They are hiring an elections administrator and as well as a Deputy Chief Electoral Officer to begin to staff the office to prepare for the election in 2023.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so it's kind of, we slowly bring on some positions to build back up to that number, and then we go down again. Do we have any kind of projections for, what next year looks like that could be provided to members? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. As mentioned, we look to have the Deputy Returning Officer for Chief Electoral Officer and also administrative staff also, but I'll see if Ms. Wickens would like to add anything. Thank you.
Ms. Wickens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Chief Electoral Officer has identified that there will be increase in both staff for next year and as well as an increase to prepare for the election, which will include, currently right now the systems are in hibernation, but there'll be more money put towards those next fiscal as well.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer? Seeing none, please turn to page 11. Legislative Assembly Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, Operations Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $514,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will now go to the Office of the Clerk, beginning on page 13, with information items up to page 16. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see there's approximately a $600,000 increase to contract services. Can I have an explanation of what that is for?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn this over to Ms. Wickens.
Okay. Ms. Wickens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the big increases for the Office of the Clerk, particularly with contract services, is interior renos. What we're going to be is having renovations as a result of increase in staff, and so that's approximately estimated about $414,000, as well as the Board of Management has approved the work on the establishment of a monument for the missing, murder, and Indigenous women and girls, and that's approximately $75,000.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's some money to kind of retrofit the current building to allow more office space. Can I get how many staff are we adding to the Office of the Clerk and what those positions are?
Thank you, Member. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn this over to Ms. Wickens.
Thank you. Ms. Wickens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we're actually only having an increase of 1 within the Office of the Clerk. However, as a result, we currently have 24 office spaces within the Office of the Clerk, and we require 30. So the increase in office space is just to accommodate our current and new staff coming on.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, okay, so I see that there's a couple positions in other areas. What is the one position being added to the office of the clerk? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Turn this over to Ms. Wickens.
Thank you. Ms. Wickens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the new position is an official languages and public outreach position.
Thank you. Are there any further questions to the office of the clerk? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just looking at page 15 at the Capital Area Development Fund contribution. I see that there was no contribution made in 2019-2020, but 50 for the last year or so. And just curious to know if the Speaker could, or the Minister, could speak to where this money was used and sort of maybe to the efficacy of it, how well it did. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Sorry, I don't have an earpiece here. Could the member repeat the question, please?
I'll just get you an earpiece. Just wait. All right. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you repeat your question?
Sure, and that will actually hopefully make me be able to make it clearer. I'm just curious to know a little bit more about the Capital Area Development Fund on page 15. I note that it wasn't, there was no money for it in 2019-2020. I think it sounds like a great idea from reading the description. If the Minister could just speak to how that money was used and how efficient it's been used in the capital. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll turn this over to Ms. Wickens. Thanks.
Ms. Wickens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, a committee was established in the 2021, and that was to having each party. So this was the committee with includes members of the Legislative Assembly, the Yellowknife City Council, the RCMP, the Yellowknife Dene, and the Department of National Defense. Each party was to contribute $50,000 to go towards the Capital Development Fund, and that's in the area that we currently all share. That's the causeway towards the city centre. Unfortunately, the committee, each party was to contribute $50,000 to do a monument of sorts in that area. However, that committee, this fund actually didn't come to fruition, so the money that's been currently used for that is just to go to general maintenance of the area, which includes snow removal, the flags causeway, and as well as gravel spreading. So that's currently right now. So we are going to engage conversation again with the committee to see if there's option of that, but right now there's no money that's going into that fund.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the clerk responding to what was going to be my next question as to what was going to happen now that wasn't going to happen. Is this monument, could maybe someone explain what this monument was for? Is this the one for the missing and murdered Indigenous women? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, Mr. Speaker?
Turn this over to Ms. Wickens. Thanks.
Ms. Wickens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, the funding was to go towards a large monument or just an enhancement of the site itself, but it just never came to fruition.
Thank you. Any further questions under Office of the Clerk? Seeing none, please turn to page 114. Legislative Assembly, Office of the Clerk, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $9,417,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will now turn to the Office of the Speaker, beginning on page 17 with information items up to page 19. Questions? Seeing no questions, please turn to page 18. Legislative Assembly, Office of the Speaker, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $508,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will now go to Office of the Statutory Offices, beginning on page 20, with information items up to page 20 on 23 and 24. Questions? Seeing no questions, please turn to page, member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I see that there's a few areas of increases here, and maybe I'll start with the Ombud office. Can someone explain to me what the increase here is all about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. The increase to the Ombud's compensation and benefits of 5,000, also a new intern position at 58,000. The intern funding will offset cost 98 and also increase to telecommunication contract of 13,000 with a reduction in materials and supplies of 5,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, that sounds good to have an intern working with the Ombud. How about the increase in the Language Commissioner office there? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for asking me this question here. We have an increase to the Commissioner's compensation and benefits of 132,000. Also increase of 53,000 to move the admin from part-time to full-time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and you're welcome to the Speaker for asking these questions. I have one more, if I could. There's an increase in the Director Human Rights Commission line of about $200,000, and I'd like to get an explanation there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The increase of actually 169,000 is an increase to the Executive Director compensation and benefits of 12,000. Also a new position. They have had an unfunded intern on staff for 2 years who carried a full workload. They requested that this position turn into a full-time human rights officer position, increase of 140,000. Also increase to their travel budget to support a pilot program that they are launching, which will allow 2 trips per year for the Human Rights Office to visit the 5 regional centers. The pilot program would have the Commission utilize their accumulated contribution to fund the contract community reps in communities outside of Yellowknife to provide part-time services in restorative human rights education and information to community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, that all sounds good. Another intern position and increased travel to promote the Human Rights Commission. I'm all happy with that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is that it? Sorry. Okay. Any other questions? Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just looking at the active positions on page 23, and I'm just curious to know about the position that's no longer there in the SA2. Is that position been moved to the South Slave? Is that one of those positions, or has it been something different? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll turn this over to Ms. Wickens. Thank you.
Ms. Wickens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in the previous fiscal, we are going to establish the Official Languages Office in the SA2, and funding came along with that position. However, since the new Languages Commissioner is now located in Fort Smith, that position has been relocated to that.
Thank you. Any further questions under the statutory offices? Seeing none, please turn to page 21. Legislative Assembly Statutory Office Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 Main Estimates 4,047,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary on page 5. Legislative Assembly operations expenditures, total department 2021-2022 main estimates, $24,443,000. Does committee agree? All right. Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of the Legislative Assembly. Does committee agree? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the witness appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. All right. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn? No, sorry. I will now move on to the Department of... Committee, we'll just take a couple-minute break just so I can get the next department ready. Okay, just a couple minutes. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 286-19-2, main estimates 2021-2022, and the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources. Does the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources have any opening remarks?
I do, Madam Chair. I'm here to present the 2021-2022 main estimates for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Overall, the department's estimated purpose on an increase of $789,000 or 0.8% over the main estimates of the 2020-2021. These estimates support the mandate objectives for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources while continuing to meet the N.W.T's fiscal objective to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of the proposed estimate for the department include a new initiative funding of $2.711 million, which includes funding for sustainable livelihood and funding to implement the N.W.T Climate Change Strategic Plan or Framework and Action Plan. Forced growth funding of $127,000 for increase in air tanker costs or contract costs, an additional $58,000 to transfer French language services, and sunset of $1.802 million in funding for completing initiatives related to the environmental assessment required for the Nuvik-Tuk Highway and the agricultural strategy, the pan-territorial vision for sustainable development of offshore oil and gas, planned reduced federal funding for the Nature Fund Agreement and conservation and recovery of Bathurst and barren ground caribou herds. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by implementing the N.W.T Climate Change Strategic Framework and Action Plan to ensure our government makes informed decisions and shows leadership for transitions away from fossil fuel and building resilience to the effect of climate change. Implementing ENR's Sustainable Livelihood Action Plan, including supporting residents and Indigenous governments and organizations with new and modified harvesting support programs to increase food security, taking key actions to support the implementation of UNDRIP through the co-management of wildlife, water, and protected areas, and with land-based programming to ensure Indigenous rights, culture, heritage, language, and traditional knowledge are at the heart of our program and service delivery. Building on our efforts to support regional decision-making by establishing management boards for territorial protected areas and working with our partners to develop regional forest management plans, and increase employment in all small communities through the territorial protected areas, waste reduction, diversion programs, forestry operations, research and monitoring programs. These programs already support over 800 full-time, part-time, and seasonal or casual jobs in small communities, and there are opportunities for growth in the future. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the table is Deputy Minister Aaron Kelly, as well as Director of Finance and Capital Planning, Jessica St. Arnaud.
Thank you and welcome. The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Agreed. Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with corporate management, beginning on page 72, with information items on page 75. Questions? Any questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, yeah, if we could start on page 73. When I look down the program detail line for 21-22, all of those items are actually reduction from the previous year, except for policy, legislation, and communications. Can someone tell me what's going on here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Sure, thank you. For corporate cost, you see a reduction of 21,000. It's basically it's amortization adjustment. And then on the Decret, we see a decrease again as amortization. And then on the field support unit, again, amortization adjustment. On number financial and capital planning, we see a decrease due to a transfer to the FMD self-slave to support historical spending. And number 8 is again it was a decrease of 217,000 between the is due to 172 of the Community Hunter and Assistance Program one-time SUP, 150 Sustainable Livelihood Program one-time SUP, 110 Sustainable Livelihood Program Initiative, and a 5K amortization adjustment.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate that from the Minister. I guess I just am a bit concerned that the core of ENR is starting to shrivel up again, because this is what supports all the other work that the department does. So, but I want to ask the policy, legislation, communications line, there's no increase there yet. As I understand it, the department is doing work on the Forestry Act, Environmental Protection Act, Waters Act, Protected Areas Act. There's some work being done on regulations, as I understand it. Where's the capacity of the department, if there's no increased funding, to do all of this work? Is it just being done off the sides of people's desks? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, in regards to the work, we're very capable of doing it. It's a discussion that we've had, but for further detail, with your permission, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While policy, legislation, and communications provides a support function for legislative development, the majority of the work is done within the divisions by Forest Management, for example, for the Forest Act, or by the Conservation Group for regulations related to Thailand and N.W.T. Waters Act would be the Water Monitoring and Management Division, etc. So there's a lot of capacity within the divisions, and they're supported well by the staff that we do have in the Policy, Legislation, and Communications Division. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just in case anybody gets the wrong idea here, I'm not saying that staff are not capable of doing the work. I know that they work very, very hard, and we saw that in the 18th Assembly. I just don't want to kill them with the work that we almost did and that we put onto them at the end of the 18th Assembly. On Friday of last week, I can't even remember what day it is anymore, we reviewed the ITI budget, and they had over $500,000 for a new unit that they created for implementation of the Mineral Resources Act alone, that it was $360,000 that they could contract work out with, and then they had moved a couple of staff people in there to develop regulations. I'm just astounded that we have one department that takes that approach and other departments don't do the same thing. So I know that the folks at ENR work very, very hard, but I'm worried that they don't get the support that they need to get the work done. So why has the minister not gone to the FMB to get more resources so that they can get the work done in a timely fashion? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. I thank the member for his passion, and I appreciate the good words he says about ENR. When we talked about this and we looked at our budget and looked at what our legislation is going to be and our requirements, we feel presently that we can do the work with the different divisions within the department. We're able to achieve that. But if we need to, I will not hesitate to come back and ask for more money if we require it. But right now, we feel comfortable that we're able to achieve it in a timely manner within our existing budgets presently. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I appreciate the Minister saying that. I pleaded with the previous Minister in the last Assembly to get me more resources to get the work done, and I continue to do that, and I'll probably be here a year from now asking the same question. So, but I want to move on to the Community Harvester Assistance Program. I think this is the place to talk about this. It's kind of hard to know, but that program is very effective in terms of building food security. It gets people out on the land doing stuff that they like, and it hasn't been increased for a number of years. We'd understood that it was under review. What's the status of the program, and when is there going to be some more money? Is there any new money in this budget for the Community Harvester Assistance Program? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Before I turn, with your permission, to the Deputy Minister, we've made a commitment to evaluate that. We are in the process of doing that, and we are working on it. We do have a variety of other programs out there on top of CHAP, but I will turn to the Deputy Minister for details in regards to CHAP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The review of the CHAP program has begun. I think it's important to recognize that there are a number of programs, not just CHAP, that ENR provides to support this type of activity. And when we went out and did the engagement to develop the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan, there were some concerns that were brought forward related to how that program money was being distributed in communities. So we really want to make sure that we're being as effective as possible and learning what we need to, and making sure that those that need the funding are able to access it. And so we're going to do the review, and based on the outcomes of the review and the other program work that we're doing, we will make a determination of whether there is enough funding or not. But we look forward to pulling that information together in the next 4 months and being able to make some recommendations based on the review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I recognize there's a pandemic going on, but I asked these questions a year ago because we wanted to try to increase the CHAP funding at that point. Has this review been delayed, and when is the Minister going to be in a position where he can share a copy of the evaluation with Standing Committee? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This program requires that we speak to the people who are accessing it, and many of the communities post-COVID were not comfortable with those types of meetings and discussions occurring. We're now in a place where we've been able to revamp the program so that we have opportunities digitally, but also where communities can meet internally and provide answers to the questions that have been provided. As I mentioned, we're hoping to have what we heard completed with recommendations within the next 4 months, and we recognize the importance of this program not only to members of the Legislative Assembly, but also to the residents of the Northwest Territories, and that's why we need to make sure that we're doing it right, and that there are points where those in communities who are land users and who are harvesters have the ability to provide input into the program review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. And we'll make that commitment to get to committee. We will get that, what we heard report, and so the committee is well aware of what we're doing. So it's not going to be a hidden document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee? Oh yeah, great. Member for Great Slave, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just going to go a little bit, or sorry, I'll just look at page 74. I'm looking at the disaster compensation line of just 15,000. The actuals in 2019 were only 4,000, and obviously that would be one I'm sure is dependent on what happens in that year. Given the situation that's happened with the high water levels this past year and potential for this situation to occur in the upcoming years, do we anticipate that we're going to actually see more money needed here, or does the department think that any compensation that we provide will come under federal funding? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
For that detail, I'll go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This program is not generally oversubscribed. We know right now that there's that we've already increased the amount of funding that can be accessed for those that were that experienced the very damaging effects of the flood on the Tulston this fall to $40,000, and we're just finalizing the criteria for that funding at this time. But the funding for this is at $4,500 per recipient, and we do realize that there will be more spent on this year than there has been in previous years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll make sure I follow up with my colleague to find out if that $4,500 will be enough for the compensation that some of these trappers may need, just to get a better idea of that. Again, I guess the next question I have is around the fur price program, and I probably am a little bit ignorant here, but just in general with our fur programs, given that the fur auctions are likely not to go ahead or go ahead in a similar manner, and that buyers would like to purchase furs that they can actually touch versus doing anything virtually. So there is expected to be a decline coming up in fur sales. So I'm just wondering, is this the area, or does the department have give help to trappers in that area, and is this going to be where this money would be coming from? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to that program, we actually pay our trappers the rates, and then we do take it down to auction. Your member is correct. It's not right now. They like to be hands-on, but so we warehouse it. We have a good place to maintain the furs, and then when we do go to auction, we are able to sell it. And if there is an increase in the fur, I think I'll just actually go for that detail, I'll go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister was saying, we have quite a few programs that help to support harvesters and trappers, and we're actually looking at more. I would definitely mention that the fur harvester auction is anticipating that the April 2021 auction will do better than it has in the past, because people are running out of raw inventory materials. That will most likely be furs that are not as expensive, because people like to handle the furs when they're more expensive buys, for sure. But something that we would like to point out is that we're working with ITI to look at different market pathways, working with trappers, processors, artisans, and manufacturers to identify areas for innovation. And we are planning a fur industry roundtable to try to look at ways to help with revitalization of this industry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that the Deputy Minister keeps answering my questions ahead of when I actually am going to ask them, so I appreciate that was going to be my next question. So, and I do recognize there are a lot of different programs here, and I'm happy to hear that we're trying to be innovative when it comes to fur and how we can use that for our economy. I'm personally trying to do my best to support our arts program and their use of fur. So yeah, I think that's a good one. I would just, I guess, say as more of a comment, I would support more line items increasing in this area. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Thank you, member, and we'll take that as a comment. Member for Trinity-Willowday. Put my head down to check out who's next. Are there any other questions? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on page 74, the community foods there. I see that in 2019, 2020, it was at 239,000. Then it dropped down in 2021 to 50,000. What was the and it stayed like that? What was the reason for that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Well, for that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The engagement on the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan occurred in that year, so there were 18 community meetings that were held across the Northwest Territories, and the amount that we have for ongoing is 50,000 because we don't need to do the same level of engagement that we did for development of the action plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go to the, I guess, the first price program as well. And just watching the news there, I see that there was a bunch of polar bears hides sent back or looking to get sent back into Nunavut. I'm just wondering if that's happening here in the territories. Are there furs down south that will be returned to the N.W.T. because they cannot be sold? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our furs are actually in the north. We keep them here. We take them down to auction. We don't leave them down there. My understanding is we don't leave them down there. And so basically we give the trappers their money up front, and if we need, then we send it out, as the Deputy Minister says, April, we're looking at it'll be better sales for us. So right now we're not in the same boat as the Nunavut government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the furs go south, and I guess because of maybe COVID-related issues, and prices are down, will the trappers be compensated? Will there be an increase in their compensation to keep them up to a level kind of where they've been in the past? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because of the Genuine Mackenzie Valley Fur Program and the way that it works, there's advances that are made and there's grub stake payments that are made to trappers, so they've already received some funding before the auction happens. This is the reason that the system was built the way that it is, so we kind of have built-in insurance where that is concerned. Obviously, there's ways that we can do things better, and with COVID changing the lay of the land where fur is concerned, we're definitely looking into this, and it'll be part of the discussions that we have when we look at the innovation opportunities for the industry. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the fur, is any of it actually sent south and tanned there or prepared there and brought back to the N.W.T. for use by northern artisans? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
That detail, I turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is yes, that does occur. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that's good to know because I usually get people asking me where they can buy fur from. So I just want to go to take a kid trapping in case I want to take one of my kids. Anyways, can you talk a little bit about that program? I seen it went from in 1920 from 48,000 up to 125,000. So I suspect that's the interest in it is that's what's happening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for, or Minister, sorry.
And then I'll turn it over to the Deputy Minister. So Take a Ked trapping is a combination of a couple of departments working together. ENR is the lead on it. We've seen a decline in applications in the previous years, but for the detail of the discrepancy, I'm going to turn it to the Deputy Minister. Thank you. With your permission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would definitely say that the actuals in that year were lower because of COVID as well, because a lot of the Take a Kid trapping program happens later on in the spring in the year. And at that point, we weren't doing programs like that. But as the minister mentioned, there's also been a decrease in applications. So I know that the people on the land unit are hard at work trying to promote this program to make sure that it can be happening in communities in the N.W.T. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just move to that disaster compensation as well, and the $15,000 there. With respect to, I guess, what happened in the around Fort Smith area and that with trappers because of the high water. I'm not sure if that's, if that's if it's looked at as a natural disaster or what, but is the department looking at maybe defining, I guess, what a disaster actually is with respect to trappers? Because there seem to be some, just in the news anyway, whether it's true or not, is that there was, government first came out and said it was not our fault. So I'm just not sure if we have any definitions or, how we take responsibility for like high water or whatever. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. As for the definition, I'll probably get the Deputy Minister to try to give that, but it wasn't the Tolson Dam. It did not cause it. It was Mother Nature, a whole bunch of tributaries, lots of water, lots of snow, rain, so it had an impact on it. So we do have a definition that we use, and that there is part of it, but for the definition and detail of what we do, I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So flooding is certainly one of the natural disasters that one can apply for funding under this program for, but there are criteria that are part of that program, and for the program at the $4,500 level, which is the program that is usually available, it has a relationship to 25% of your income coming from trapping. With respect to what happened this year on the Tolston, because of the magnitude of effect, it's unprecedented, the amount of damage that happened in that area. We have set up a program specifically for Tolston, and it's up to $40,000, and the criteria are being finalized right now, but they're slightly different to accommodate the situation that we're in at this particular moment in time. So again, that is specific to the Tolston issue, but flooding that happens in other areas of the N.W.T. would be eligible as long as the people meet the criteria. The claim meets the criteria of the fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to turn to traditional knowledge. And with respect to that fund there, I see that it was $7,000 and 1920, and it's gone up to 65,000. I'm just wondering, I guess I'd ask how it's used. I see that it says here that carry out specific wildlife and forest research. Does that include getting information from elders, picking, I guess, the knowledge that they have, and if so, is there compensation related to that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
I'll start, and with your permission, I'll ask you to go to the Deputy Minister. So with the variance there with the 7 to 65, it was actually due to a coding error. Payments made out of other contribution lines, so that there, what we had there. But the traditional knowledge funding helps communities carry out specific projects related to the collection of traditional knowledge and many other projects, including traditional knowledge and cultural components. Traditional knowledge contributes also ties into other departmental contributions in various activities, but for further detail, I would ask your permission to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, when there's traditional knowledge work that's done, if it's work that the department is working with elders and traditional knowledge holders, there is compensation as part of that. Sometimes we fund projects where communities work on it on their own. One of the most important things to consider here is this is one line item, but there's funding from most of the different activities in here that goes towards traditional knowledge. This is not the only money that the department has for traditional knowledge projects. Same with country foods, for example, or food security. These are just examples that are under the corporate management item in the main estimates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Masi Cho, Madam Chair. My colleague there just took a lot of my thunder, but I'm glad that these questions were asked. And just hearing this last response to that, it did answer a lot of my questions. But I did have wanted to say a little bit about traditional knowledge. I think, right across the board, I think for all departments, like if there's any sort of areas where there's any sort of research being done, I think this is very important, and give an example, if there's any sort of study, scientific study, I think it's so important to have somebody that's really knowledgeable about the land. It could be an elder, it could be a long time, land user, knowledge keepers. It's, I guess, a good marriage between science and some of the old ways. I think, when you have a scientist going out in the land, say studying water levels, for example, when you want to, it's always good to go out and, take somebody who knows the land. Nobody knows the land better than, a lot of our locals in the area, in the north. They have a good pulse. They know every rock, every rock formation, like what the history of is a certain area of land, and it's just valuable. And to me, that's more valuable than any sort of PhD for a lot of our, when I'm speaking about traditional knowledge and the knowledge keepers. So I'm hoping that, this funding amount here is really looked at. And I'm just wondering if, what are the areas, because I looked through the entire department here, I didn't see, this is the only place I've seen traditional knowledge. Is there any other areas where this is spoken to? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
With your I'll start, then with your permission, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Traditional knowledge, local knowledge, and scientific knowledge is very much what ENR is about. When we do things, we always tap into our traditional and our local knowledge because it helps our scientists. If you look at Caribou, we deal with our elders, we talk to our elders, we meet with elders because basically they are our foundation moving forward. And they're very knowledgeable and help us do things. But for the detail that you're looking for in other areas, I will, with your permission, go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll start by answering that it may not say traditional knowledge in there. What it would say is that we have funding to do work on caribou, for example, or moose, or water. And we would be doing that work collaboratively with Indigenous governments. And a good example of that would be some of the work we've done in the past on the Slave River and Delta Partnership that involved the communities of Fort Smith and Fort Resolution, where we had scientists and traditional knowledge holders and elders in the same room, and we actually have some elders who are co-authors on scientific papers because they worked so closely together. And what we term that as is knowledge co-production, where they're actually creating new knowledge by linking the science and traditional knowledge in communities. So that's our gold standard. That we're not there on all of the projects that we do, obviously, but we do our best to include traditional knowledge wherever we can for the reasons that the member brought forward. I would also point out that our knowledge agenda has traditional knowledge as a cross-cutting theme, so we try to look to include it wherever we can with the research that we're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, thank you for that response. It's good to hear because I'm just trying to understand that specific earmark there for traditional knowledge. So thank you for that response. One other item here that kind of got my attention was the country foods here. It was the actuals were 239. Now it's down to 50,000. Is this being reallocated someplace else, or is this country food section being spoken for somewhere else in this section? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
That detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason that it was $239,000 was because we did the engagement for the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan that year, and we held meetings in 18 different communities across the Northwest Territories. And we don't require that level of engagement any longer, so the funding is now $50,000. But as I've mentioned previously, there's money for country foods in other areas in the budget as well that contribute to that, particularly to food security. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Madam Chair, and thank you for that. So going back on just speaking to country foods again. So what other work is being done for studies in terms of this area? Is there anything ongoing right at this moment? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's a number of initiatives that are being done by our On the Land unit that integrate food security into them, particularly related to the implementation of the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan. And I would definitely say that there's other projects that are being done by the Fish and Wildlife Division as well, caribou projects where we're looking at the relationship with food security. Some of the projects that we do on alternate harvest when caribou aren't available, so moose and fish and other food sources. But this is an emerging issue that continues. We continue to look for ways to do work on this item. So I would definitely say that there's other work that will be done. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I guess one last question. Local wildlife committees here, there was actuals were 109, now it's 257. I guess my question is, was this due to demand, or was it in terms of subscription for this line? I want to know more detail on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
For that detail, I'd turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you have a look at the Community Harvester Assistance Program line item, you can see that it's a little bit larger in that year and that the Local Wildlife Committee is a little bit smaller. It's because they're generally on the same contribution agreements and they end up being coded to either of those items. So it's not that there's been any reduction, it's just how the money is flowed to communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under corporate management? Member for Tabachak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to turn to page 74. Just want to make a general statement first. Page 74 has a lot to do with the traditional lifestyle, and traditional lifestyle of Aboriginal people is extremely important. And I've sat here for 2 times now, and there hasn't been any increases in the CHAP program, which is really important to an Aboriginal organization. I know that when I was at Salt River and Chief of Salt River that we were always asking for increases to some of these areas. And the CHAP program always is also very beneficial to the Métis Nation and all Indigenous people across the North. And it seems like everything on this page has got to do with traditional lifestyles, and we do all these plans and strategies that cost us quite a bit of money. When you look at some of these lines, and you're going to, $50,000 to do a country food strategy, and a plan to do sustainable livelihoods, and an action plan. I mean, where does these dollars should be going to the actual groups that actually benefit from these programs. And I find that so many times in government and in programs that affect Indigenous or Aboriginal people, we always have to be, there's always a plan and a strategy with almost every department here anyways, but when you only have 50,000, I mean, put it in with the CHAP program, and at least you know it's going to the individuals in those programs. I mean, how much study could we do with such little money? I just don't understand how things sometimes are done. I mean, if you were in business, they would never be able to make it. When you make business decisions, you don't do things this way. Everything's got to be studied, an action plan, a strategy. Doesn't anybody in the department actually make decisions? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. Yes, we make decisions. We think outside the box sometimes. We try to be as creative as we can, but most importantly, we work with our Indigenous governments. We need to work with them. With the ENR, we have co-management. We work with them, and for the $50,000 in that request, I would have to turn to the Deputy Minister for further detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all of the monies that are on page 74 are grants and contributions, which means that they're going out to communities or other organizations. So the $50,000 for country foods is going to communities for country food work to help to ultimately develop the strategy, but we develop those in collaboration with other communities. I would also like to point out that there have been additional funds provided towards similar programs than CHAP, right? We're doing a review of CHAP at this particular moment in time, but this year we did a Take a Family on the Land program with $50,000 going out to families to get on the land. We did a regional harvesting training and mentorship support program. The funding allocated was $260,000 for COVID harvesting subsidy, as well as community training and knowledge exchange programs. And the reason that we did this is because when we engaged with communities on CHAP, they said that there were some issues that needed to be resolved, and they told us the type of funding that they would like us to put out. And it's things like Take a Family on the Land, COVID harvesting subsidies, community training and knowledge exchange programs. We're also working on a trapper support program pilot with several communities as well, because they said that that was what they would like us to put some funding into. I'm sure once we've done the review of CHAP, we'll come back with recommendations, and as we've already committed to, the Minister committed to, we'll share those recommendations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Member for Tabacha?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that the Minister said he'll start thinking out of the box, because someone's got to start thinking out of the box. It's I know that when I was in other leadership, that was one of the biggest concerns, was that CHAP program. And I think many times, even in discussions, even in the last business plan that we did, we wanted an increase to the CHAP program. And some of these other programs that that affect the people that believe in a traditional lifestyle, and that's most of us. in the territory, and especially small communities and regional centers. And I find that the funding is lacking in this area. And I want to know when we're going to look at this very seriously to increase the funding, because traditional lifestyle is extremely important to the Indigenous people of the Northwest Territories, all people, and increases, you know, I mean, I've been looking at this CHAP program for well, it's been 14 years now since I've been in leadership. And it's always the same, we always got the same amount. There was no increases. So I just want to know when the increases are going to come to effect for page 74. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Chair, we're not going to put increases just to put increases in. We've made a commitment to our IGCs, our co-management partners, our communities to look at this CHAP program. We've started the process. We've made a commitment to have it done in 4 months, and we're bringing it to committee. If we find that we need to have an increase, well, then that's when we come back. But right now, we have, as the Deputy Minister has said, we've identified other issues that communities wanted, and we started those programs right now. So that funding there has been part of our consultation, part of our work with them. But for further details, I'd like to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out that although the CHAP line item is staying the same because we're doing the review, there have been new programs available to get people out on the land and to practice the traditional economy. So take a family on the land, there's $50,000 that was put towards that, and $260,000 towards COVID harvesting subsidies and community training and knowledge exchange programs. So that funding was made available this year for Indigenous governments to apply for, and it was fully subscribed. And these are programs, as I mentioned, that Indigenous governments told us during the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan development that they wanted this type of work done. So there has been some new programs out there that Indigenous governments are able to access, and we look forward to being able to come back with the results of the CHAP review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, I just want to thank the Minister for thinking out of the box. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Are there any further questions? I'm going to take a short recess here then, and we'll resume with the same activity. I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order, and we are still on Environment, Natural Resource, Corporate Management. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I hear what the Minister says about not adding money to the Community Harvesters Assistance Program for the sake of not adding money, but I don't see this as simply adding money. I see it as adding money to add food for people who are struggling, and so I do see a direct correlation there. And so just to support my colleagues and their words, I do support an increase of funding to this because I think it goes directly to people. That being said, I do have people who partake in traditional economy in the constituency that I serve, including trapping and hunting. And a lot of the assistance that did come through, especially from the feds and through the N.W.T, went directly to Indigenous governments. And I'm wondering if there is any relief that is available directly to hunters and trappers, and if they can, or if there is a line item here where they can apply directly to ENR for funding relief. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. My understanding, we give it to the Indigenous governments, and they then work with their membership to get it. But for clarity, I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister if there is a pot of money that I'm not aware of. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's my understanding as well. And this is one of the reasons that we want to do a review of the CHAP program, because there are items like this and others that were brought forward during our review where people have expressed concerns about process and how that works, and also that they would like to have funding for different elements, like we mentioned, that we've put into Take a Family on the Land and the regional harvesting training and mentorship support programs, which provided harvesting subsidies and the community training and knowledge exchange programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, while this review is taking place, and given that there is a lot of support for increasing the amount of funding to the CHAP program on this side of the House, is the Minister willing to look at increasing funding for an access point where hunters and trappers who are kind of falling into the gaps and not receiving funding through different organizations are able to go directly to ENR in order to get relief, in order for them to continue partaking in traditional hunting and trapping and traditional economy? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hate to say it, no, not right now. We need to do what we said we were going to do. We need to work on it. We encourage people to reach out to their Indigenous governments to get access to the programs. And, you know, trying to, if we're going to increase it, then we'd have to look at increasing it for our Indigenous governments that we do use the money for. So, but if there is an opportunity for this, I'm going to ask the Deputy Minister to clarify if there is an opportunity, then we can talk about it. But right now, I don't see that opportunity available. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no opportunity at this time. There is an opportunity for people to participate in the CHAP review and bring forward their concerns for consideration, certainly. For clarity, there are additional funds that are being put towards traditional economy and on-the-land activities that are not CHAP funds. And those programs are Take a Family on the Land and the Regional Harvesting Training and Mentorship Support Programs. And there will be a Trapper Support Program pilot coming out, because we've listened to communities and Indigenous governments through the development of the Sustainable Livelihoods Action Plan, and those are the areas that they said that they would like additional funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I'm keen to hear more about the Trapper Support Pilot Program that's going to be coming out. And I mean, I definitely support the Take a Family on the Land program and the Take a Kid Trapping program. But I find that people in the constituency I serve run into the same type of thing where, for example, with the Take a Kid Trapping program, it's an application process that generally comes from a school board, say, and so the school puts together the application, it goes through, they decide who to hire. And so I can think of a particular person, you know, that lives 2 minutes down the road from me, who is great with kids, who has really invested in traditional economy, and I also happen to have a child who's very interested in learning trapping and hunting. I am not a trapper, and so I am not the person to take my child and teach them how to trap. But I think that it is great when our younger generations want to partake. I have a nephew who would love to be able to, you know, learn traditional economy and be involved in his own culture and have the opportunity to learn. But the trapper and hunter who lives 2 minutes down the road does not have the opportunity to seek out funding to be able to get kids involved on their own outside of a school. And so I'm wondering if within the review that will be taken into consideration, so that especially in our regional centers, especially in Yellowknife, people are able to take advantage without being associated with a particular organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So, as the Deputy Minister said, this is an opportunity to look at things. I would encourage yourself and your individual that's down the street to, you know, be part of the evaluation, to talk to us, get that feedback in there, because again, we need to get as much information as we can to make an informed decision on how we can improve the programs that we have or add new programs. But again, at the end of the day, it's about consultation, working with people, and people needing to provide their feedback as best they can to us. And I mean, they can reach out to, you know, maybe the North Slave office, talk to them, as well as, you know, yourself. You can bring their ideas forward. We would look at those things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Last question. What is the deadline that the Minister is working toward to have the CHAP program and associated programs completely reviewed and kind of fresh and ready to go? Thank you.
Thank you. Member? Minister?
Completely reviewed within the next 4 months. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to have that done, completed, and then we will bring that, what we've heard report, that to committee. So we're looking at a 4 month from around this time to have it completed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake, anything further? No? Okay. All right. Members, if there are no further questions, please turn to page 73. Environment and Natural Resources Corporate Management Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates $14,547,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. We'll now move on to Environmental Protection and Waste Management, beginning on page 76 with information items on page 78. Questions? Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to start with waste reduction. And I see that the line item for 2021-2022 under waste reduction has sunset, and I'm wondering if the Minister can let us know the reasoning for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So that was our agriculture strategic implementation. It was sunsetted. Work has been sustainable, and it's been completed at this point. So we don't need that funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there was a waste management strategy that was published in the fall of 2019, I believe, and I'm wondering what has been achieved under that strategy to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a number of items that have been moved forward on the waste resource management strategy. That strategy is funded from the Environment Fund, so it's not in this line item. To be honest with you, I can't come up with specifics at this particular moment in time, but we're moving along and we're on target for many of the action items that are within that waste resource management strategy that we implement with MACA. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will come back during the Environment Fund then and ask about the waste management strategy. So with that in mind, I'm going to flip to contaminated sites, and there's currently $339,000 allocated to contaminated sites. And my concern with that is that there is millions of dollars sitting within the federal government for remediating contaminated sites. Is this the area where the GNWT would be working to access those millions of dollars to be able to remediate sites and get Northerners to work? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I would turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The money that's here is for the positions that the department has and a small amount of O&M. There's an environmental liabilities fund for both Giant and as well for the whole of government that funds the actual remediation of contaminated sites that finance holds that we work with them on. Right now, our work on contaminated sites is we have an approach to contaminated sites management, and we're developing the policies and procedures under it. We've just finished a jurisdictional scan and are working with multiple departments to determine how we're going to address any gaps or information that we received through that jurisdictional scan, and our plan is to share it with committee once that it's been complete. So our hope is to be able to do that in the near term. With respect to the federal government, my understanding is that Industry, Tourism and Investment has written to the federal government, and we were part of reviewing that response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and this relates back to the conversation that was had during the corporate management section, so I think I know the answer I'm going to get, but given the focus that this government would like to put onto remediation and the remediation economy, does the minister feel that the division is adequately staffed, or is this one of those ones where in order to really get dollars flowing from the headquarters along with ITI, from the federal government along with ITI, that there is a need for additional resources to get that done, or is this division also properly staffed? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I'll turn to Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while there are positions that work on contaminated sites that are reflected here because it's part of the departmental budget, there are also positions that work on this at ENR right now that are funded out of the Environmental Liabilities Fund because of the relationship that I mentioned that we had. So we feel that right now we have the staff that we need. We're completing the jurisdictional scan to look at what the gaps are and what policies and procedures we need to develop, and we'll definitely be doing an assessment of our capacity related to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the accepted waste sites, the ones that we still have to negotiate for devolution, is that the responsibility of this group, or who is responsible for those sites and negotiating, whether they're federal or GNWT sites? Thank you.
Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This group is involved in the negotiations with the Department of Lands and has conducted the work on these sites up to this point to doing the ESAs, for example. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I want to echo some of the comments made by my colleagues, is that I think there is needed probably a larger review of who's doing that work, whether it's ITI, ENR, or lands. I note that, the Ptarmigan tin mine, Tom mine, those federal sites up the Ingham Trail, it's millions of dollars that the YKDFN is trying to go get out of the federal government as we speak. And the fact that we're not sure whether they're GNWT or Canada sites is a huge barrier to that. So I saying that to all three ministers at once who are responsible for this, I guess. Can I get an update on when we expect to see the Environmental Protection Act?
Thank you. Minister?
First, I'll just start. In regards to the 6 sites, we've got a negotiating mandate from the government, from Cabinet. We are now reaching out to the federal government. We're working on that. So that is good news. In regards to when we're going to get the act or the legislation in place, with your permission, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Chair, amendments to the Waters Act and the Environmental Protection Act are dependent on completion of the GNWT's review of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. So once that is complete, we're ready to go on those amendments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the department's 4-year business plan says that the Waters Act will be introduced in Q4 of this fiscal, and along with the Environmental Protection Act. Can I just get clarification that that is not actually the case? We will not be introducing those as per the business plan because we are waiting to see what happens with the MVRMA negotiations. Is that what I just heard? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister? Member for Yellowknife North?
Can I get clarification whether ENR is the department I ask questions of what's going on with the MVRMA negotiations then? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
That would be EIA. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
All right, Madam Chair, I guess I show some frustration in that the department has done a lot of work on the EPA and the Waters Act and spent thousands of dollars working with Indigenous governments and stakeholders. It's in the business plan, and I'm now hearing that we're waiting on the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which just operates on federal timelines. Is that also the case for the air regs, that we will then have to delay the air regs pending MVRMA?
Thank you. Member Minister?
That detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We need to do work on the EPA and the Waters Act to determine where air will ultimately reside. The EPA is not a co-management piece of legislation, while the Waters Act is, and there are questions about how we do the air regulations. So we're in discussions with the land and water boards about how that will work. I would say that the part of the reason for waiting to do this until after the MVRMA review has been done is that we don't want to overtax Indigenous governments with so many legislative projects to work on. So we are awaiting the results of the review of the MVRMA, and as soon as we can, we will, and it's not like we're not doing some work in the background to make sure that we're prepared. We will move on the EPA and the Waters Act as soon as that work is completed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I also want to speak to, can I just clarify, I understand that the waste reduction was only $200,000 and it's sunset, but does that now mean that, can I just get clarification that this environmental protection unit here is responsible for all of the implementation under the waste management, waste reduction strategy? I forget what it is. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to figure out who's doing the waste reduction work now, if it's not that unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
That detail, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The waste reduction unit is still there. They're funded through the Environment Fund, and they're the group that will be implementing the waste resource management strategy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, sorry, I misunderstood that a little earlier of how exactly those positions get funded. Can I just get I see there's 23 staff here, but how many are actually working on the waste reduction unit? I just want to get a sense of how well we're funding this. The waste resource management strategy is great. It has the potential to save us lots of money in making sure that, when we have to track how much it costs to put all of our buildings into landfills, that we are doing that properly. But I just want to get a sense of how many staff are actually in the waste reduction unit to do that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
7. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North. All right, Member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at page 77, and in particular the TEGA Environmental Laboratory line item. We're going to spend, the government's going to spend $2 million there this upcoming year, but when you look at the revenues, it only brings in $712,000 in revenues. While I understand that the lab does other things than besides contracting out or taking in samples from other, from private sector, there is concern about the lab testing itself and being the watchdog of its own projects. So has there been any look at TEGA Laboratory to see whether or not it's still viable to have the laboratory, or would it be better off to use this money to fund Indigenous businesses, other northern businesses, create job opportunities outside of or business opportunities outside of the government? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
I'll start and then I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. We need TEGA labs. It's very important. I know the member may not agree with me. We've had conversations about that and I respect her opinion. But when we're looking at the opportunity, it's about serving the people of the Northwest Territories, whether it's businesses or communities. So, and the quick turnaround when we get things done sometimes is quicker doing it. But for detail on the rationale why we still need to keep TEGA Lab, I will turn it to the Deputy Minister with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my opinion, the lab is an essential service. So that lab does water testing for drinking water sources in the N.W.T, but also in Western Nunavut. Samples that wouldn't last. They have they kind of expire, you could say. They need to be done in a certain amount of time, and they can't be sent down south. And as the member pointed out, there really isn't a business case for the lab. It loses money. So what we're doing is making sure that we have the ability to do this sampling that communities need, and there's some short-term sampling for projects like Giant that have to be done within a certain amount of time, and they can't be sent down south. So, I think that the lab has shown its versatility in the work that it's doing on COVID wastewater testing, as well as the amount of hand sanitizer that was produced in the lab when we had that shortage there for use by government departments and those that work for the government that were on the front lines there. But clearly the work on water sampling and the sampling itself is not a viable business, and my understanding from looking into this further is that some communities in the south have lost their labs that are far larger than Yellowknife because they couldn't make it a viable business. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Great Slate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do understand what the minister and the Deputy Minister are saying. I actually don't recall ever having a conversation with the Minister about TEGA Labs, in my opinion, on it, so I would like to just put that on the record. Whereas the ability to do short-term turnaround testing, there are other labs in town that do have the ability to do testing in town, and I do understand that TEGA owns a specific piece of equipment, but it's not to say that others could not own that piece of equipment and such, as well as the sanitizer and the wastewater sampling could have been done by local or by businesses in the Northwest Territories as well. In fact, our own departments and government competed with a local business, and that business had to fight to get their sanitizer approved by our our government in order to sell it after they went into production, and then Tega went in after them. So while I do appreciate that there is good to have in-town services, there's also an appearance that was always commented on about Giant Mine and sampling and testing yourselves. That piece of equipment given to an Indigenous organization, they could be running that, it could be private, it could be arm's length. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the comment.
Any further questions? All right. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to start with the waste reduction line here. My colleague from Cam Lake asked some questions, and we found out that it was for some work on the agricultural waste. Are there some studies or reports or anything that came out of this work that the minister can share with this side of the House and perhaps even better the public? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the detail, I will go to the Deputy Minister and then you can come back to me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Agricultural Waste Management Framework Report was developed that identified potential regulatory gaps in the N.W.T. based on the related controls in place in other jurisdictions across Canada. And the department provided recommendations to ITI, who's the lead on agriculture, for gaps to be addressed. There was also a draft of the N.W.T. composting facility standards that's ready for review by experts and then stakeholders. Preliminary work has been completed on N.W.T. agricultural waste guidelines, and a first draft of these guidelines will be completed in the spring of 2021 for review by ENR. Following this, ENR will engage with stakeholders for input prior to finalization of the guidelines. And with respect to sharing with committee, I see no problem with sharing that information with committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Minister?
Thank you. Yes, the Deputy Minister said yes, so I was going to say yes, but it's okay. She got ahead of me, so it's all good.
All right. Member for Frame Lake.
I'm not going to say anything on that one, but I appreciate the commitment to share that information with us. Let's just go back to my colleague from Yellowknife North was asking some questions about the legislative work of the department. You know, I was in the last assembly. We actually saw draft air regulations, the wording of it. They were shared with committee. There was a lot of work done on that, and then it just kind of disappeared. And I know that there was a lot of work that was done on changes to the Water Resources Act. You know, I talked to some colleagues with Indigenous governments and the NGO community. They were engaged and involved in workshops and presentations, and then it just never happened. So now I'm hearing that somehow all of that effort in the last assembly is being put aside because we have to wait for something to happen with the MVRMA. I just don't get this. What are we waiting for with regard to the MVRMA? Clearly, N.W.T. has delegated authority now to sign off water licenses, to deal with environmental assessments. What else do we need or want to allow us to do the work on the Environmental Protection Act and on the Waters Act? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Tell the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned before, this is related to Indigenous capacity to participate in legislative initiatives, and the work on the MVRMA is going first, and once there is room for Indigenous government capacity to take part in continuing the work, as the member has stated. There's been a lot of work done on this. We will continue our work on the Waters Act and on the EPA. With respect to the air regulations, when we went out and got input on the regulations, the number one question was where they were going to sit within the co-management system or within the Environmental Protection Act, and we still need to resolve that question, and we're working with the Land and Water Boards on that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And this may not be the best forum to do this, but I keep asking, what is it that we want out of the MVRMA? Do we want to be able to take it over and change it willy-nilly? There's very limited scope in terms of changing what's in the MVRMA, because it's already defined in the land rights agreements. The MVRMA is just simply the legislation that's been passed by the federal government to implement the lands and resources agreements that are already in place. So I just can't for the life of me figure out why or what G&W.T is trying to do to get control of it. And if I was an Indigenous government, I'd be very, very wary of giving G&W.T control over the MVRMA. That would probably be the last thing I would ever want to do. I'd rather have it stay with the feds, quite frankly, but I just can't figure out what we need to do with the MVRMA that stops this other work from proceeding. Maybe somebody else can take a crack at it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to again turn to the Deputy Minister to try to answer the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The review of the MVRMA and discussions on the MVRMA are an EIA lead. Our understanding is that, and to be honest, at the end of the last assembly, there was a discussion with Indigenous governments that took part in the partnership drafting approach and other approaches that were completed. And one of the things that the Indigenous government said was it was too much and it was a drain on capacity. So what's happened here is that we've heard the Indigenous governments and through that review, and the work on the MVRMA is happening first. And once there's Indigenous capacity available and that's completed, we are committed to working on the Environmental Protection Act and the Waters Act and looking at where air fits in there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I guess it's been a long day and I'm just not getting it. And I look forward, though, to this side of the House, the public actually having a better understanding of what G&W.T is trying to do to get control of the MVRMA. I just don't get it. And it's not been made clear, it's not been made public, and I'm really worried about that. I'm going to leave it at that. Thanks, Madam Chair. Nothing further on this section.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under the Environment Protection and Waste Management? Seeing none, please go to page 77. Environment, Natural Resources, Environmental Protection and Waste Management, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $4,255,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Okay, committee, we will now go to Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change, beginning on page 79 with information items on page 82. Questions? Any questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 82. Can I just get clarification on what the 3 positions that were added to the Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change unit are?
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn it to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
A senior climate specialist, a climate change adaptation programs manager, and a climate data scientist. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I seem to recall there was an announcement of a number of positions across G&W.T in regards to this. Can I just get a clarification whether there was any federal funding attached to those, and if so, how much?
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. There is no federal money attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, can I get a bit of a clarification on what exactly the knowledge agenda is? And I believe I've asked this before in regards to, there's $233,000 here, but does this have any relation to the work being done to implement a knowledge economy? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Detailed, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The knowledge agenda used to be the science agenda, and then it was updated to become the knowledge agenda because we wanted to be looking more broadly than just at science. We plan on releasing the first knowledge agenda action plan next session. In the action plan that we have, a total of 18 of the 19 key actions outlined are short-term deliverables and 18 are completed or in progress. Basically what this is a look at what research we need to do as a government, and it's a compiled document that we can go to universities or other academic institutions and the federal government, and it highlights what our research needs are. So what I would say is it is a support to the knowledge economy piece, and it is a major pillar of that. I would even go so far as saying, and it's our people that work on the knowledge agenda are heavily involved in the knowledge economy conversation with ITI. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that there's about a 800,000, 900,000, so I'm doing math on the fly, decrease to community planning and implementation, looking at page 80, from 5,263,000 to 4,400,000. Can I just get a bit of an explanation of why we are decreasing our funding for conservation planning and implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. It's due to the reduction of the federal Nature Fund funding in year 3 as compared to year 2. The N.W.T requested reduced federal funding for years 3 and 4 as a protected areas transition from more expensive establishment activities to implementation and management plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or
Madam Chair. Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I am looking at the corresponding Nature Fund protected areas, $1.9 million, and I heard the minister say there that there was a decrease in federal funding. Can I get an understanding of how much of that $2 million for Nature Fund protected areas is? I don't know if it's all federal, but it's not necessarily all our money. Is not G&W.T money. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Detail, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Nature Fund money is a portion of the conservation planning and implementation funds, and the way that it works is that we put forward an application for what we would need over the 5-year period. So it varied among years. So while it can seem like it looks like a reduction, it's actually the funding is less for that year's work than what it was the year before. And as the minister mentioned, that often happens when you go from the negotiations and the establishment agreement discussions, because there were so many meetings and a lot of engagement, to working together collaboratively with Indigenous governments on the management. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get some information on this $25,000 for adaptation plans? I guess it seems to be lacking a little bit in that there is no shortage of work to be done to make sure all of our communities and regional organized governments are preparing for climate change adaptation. Can I get some information on this fund and whether we plan to increase it? Is it subscribed to every year? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on these pages that are grants and contributions, this is the funding that is being given out to communities, and often there is more being given out to communities from different areas in the department. So if we're working on adaptation related to wildlife, there could be funding that is coming from that group, or if we're working on adaptation from another division, they could be providing funding. But this is what's under this group for adaptation, and it's money that's going out to communities. It doesn't mean that there isn't money, and in this case there is money in that unit itself to support community adaptation. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. All right. And then member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at page 81. A couple line items here. Irma and Nature Fund protected areas. So I'm just looking at the description here. Irma, so that it's the assistance for Indigenous communities and unsettled land claims to participate in land and resource management processes. I guess my question from the minister here is, which communities are they referring to in this line item? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Acho-Danico First Nation, Akecho First Nations, Degagodi First Nations, Decho First Nations, Denunukwe First Nation, Fort Providence Métis Council, Fort Resolution Métis Council, Fort Simpson Métis Nation, Fort Smith Métis Council, Hay River Métis Government Council, Jean Marie River First Nation, Kagatu First Nation, Katlu-Deche First Nation, Lildukwe First Nation, Lutzelke Dene First Nation, Nahanni Butte Dene Band, North Slave Métis Alliance, N.W.T Métis Nation, Pedzike First Nation, Sambake First Nation, West Point First Nation, and Yellowknife Dene First Nation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that list. I know maybe this might be a taller ask, but we will get a breakdown of which each organization gets, just to have an idea. And I guess my other question is, just going back through the years here, has this been prescribed properly? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. Yes, we will be able to share it I would assume that it's been managed properly. It's been looked after properly, but for clarity, I will ask the Deputy Minister to provide further information. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a program that came over with devolution, and our department has done a program review early on and has meetings annually to work with these communities on how the distribution occurs. So I would definitely say that there's been a lot of discussion and input into this program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this is good to know. I mean, like I said, hopefully in the future we'll see some of the list that you gave me do settle their land claims, and we go that route. So good. Moving along, Nature Fund protected areas. There are 3 protected areas here. Again, just would like to know what the breakdown is for that 1.9 that's being earmarked here for 1.9 million. That's true.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I would turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For clarification, is the question who the money is going to? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Communities. Fort Resolution, Yellowknife, Fort Good Hope, Lutzelke, Yellowknife, Northwest Territories Métis Nation. Wilfrid Laurier University, Yamoga Land Corporation in Fort Good Hope, and the Yellowknives Dene First Nation in Yellowknife. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you for that response. I guess my other question is, what is the split between the three protected areas in terms of this budget line item? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'll go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a little bit of a challenging question because there's nature funds money that comes to the GNWT that is distributed to the communities. The communities also get nature fund money themselves, but the split, the way that it is looking with the GNWT funding and the Government of Canada funding is 1.137 million for N.W.T and 1.282 million for Thai-Dene and 619,000 for Denego-Wekahodi. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, no, thank you for that. I don't have any other questions on this section. Thank you.
Thank you, member. I'm just going to, members, we're going to take a recess and we'll resume on the same activity. I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we were on environment and natural resource, environment stewardship, and climate change. Are there any questions? We've gone through Yellowknife North and Trinity Willowday. Are there any questions from members under this section? Seeing none, please go to page 80. Environment and natural resources, environmental stewardship and climate change, operation expenditure summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $14,638,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will now go to forest management, beginning on page 83 with information items on page 86. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on where the Forest Act is?
Thank you. Member Minister.
For that detail, the Deputy Minister, thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have issued an invitation to IGCS members to participate in the development of the Forest Act in accordance with the new IGC legislative protocol. Numerous IGC members have indicated their interest. Our next step is to have a technical briefing this month with interested IGCS members, after which the timeline and technical working group structure will be determined to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to hear that it's not dependent on the MVRMA. Perhaps can I just get, I recognize that we have developed a new IGCS protocol and we're trying to, honor our commitment to a co-drafting process, and I'm happy to hear that. Can I just get an update of whether we expect that to change the timeline for introduction as in the business plan? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're hopeful that it will not change the introduction timeline, but we respectfully will leave that to once we have had those discussions with the IGCS and have developed the timeline and work plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get a little bit of an explanation of what is going on with the fire operations suppression budget here, noting that it was 14 million, then 18 million, then 22, and now back down to 18. Is this just the nature of it's hard to predict how much fire suppression we need, or what that $4 million is? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
I turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 1920 was not a bad fire year, which is the reason that the numbers are lower in the 1920 actuals. The revised estimates, you'll notice the 22 million. This was due to some additional funding the department was provided with because of COVID issues. We wanted to make sure that we were able to address concerns with how we were going to fight fires and make sure that we were able to protect the people and the property and the environment of the N.W.T. And there were and we were really concerned about having to bring in firefighters from outside the territory. So we put forward a request for funding for multiple initiatives to make sure that we would be able to remain as COVID compliant as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on whether we are doing any replanting or forced planting? I know this has been a bit of a debate in the N.W.T, but I also know that there's lots of federal money out there for forestry initiatives. Are we currently have any money in this budget for replanting? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail to the Deputy Minister, thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been some work done on the efficacy of planting, and natural regeneration has been supported, but there are some areas where we're doing some research work, and we have some additional funding from the federal government to look into this. It was pushed back because of COVID, because there are challenges with tree planting and COVID, but we're definitely still working towards the outcomes of that research work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's been a lot of talk about biomass and a lot of questions to infrastructure previously and different departments. And as part of that kind of longer term vision is, you know, the idea of communities developing their own, whether it's cordwood or wood chips and kind of these community woodlots. Can I just get a sense of whether forest management has any role in that work or any money in that budget for that type of work, or whether that's a question best left to the biomass people? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there are aspects, as the member has pointed out, that are related to infrastructure, but I would highlight that our Forest Management Division has a group that is actively working on forest industry development and is in contact with many communities in the N.W.T. and working on projects with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other member for Nunavut?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, page 89, the Water Strategy Action Plan. Where are we at with the upstream, I guess, with too far ahead? Okay. Okay, let's go to that section. Just never mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions from members under the forest management? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, but is this the section, I guess, where we can ask about, I guess it is, their industry development? Is, like, I see $50,000 there. What's that actually, I guess, for? Is that for looking at harvesting and different development in that area? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Remember, tell me what page he's on?
85.
Sorry. So my understanding, it's if it's on number industry development, correct? Yeah. So it's my understanding. We saw some work. Various sawmills like in Jean Marie right now, and the pellet centers. And then we received SUP for fire smarting as well. So thank you. I think I've answered two questions there with one question.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just look at that 50,000 number there, and I take a look, I guess, at harvesting and in the Northwest Territories, and there's not a lot of it, I guess, mostly out of Hay River with the company there, I guess, and maybe somewhat in the smaller communities. Is there any, I guess, appetite to push industry development a little bit more and throw some more money at that initiative? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been working with many communities on the projects that you've been discussing at the kind of the level of the sawmill or that type of thing. But we've also been working with Timberworks and Diga, who are companies under the Forest Management Agreement, to develop relationships with Aurora Wood Pellets in Enterprise. And that is a major project we've been working on for many years with Indigenous governments. So we are open to those conversations, and we are actively working with communities on these types of projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. And it's community driven. Like like I said, Jean Marie, they're looking at doing this as well. So they've reached out to our staff and are working with them to try to come up with a plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, again, that $50,000 there, like, if you spread it out, amongst a few communities, it doesn't go far. So, like, where is it most of that, or where does most of that 50,000 go? Is it to one specific community, the major portion of it, and is it all subscribed to as well? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Detail will go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister?
Madam Chair, so as you can see here, there's 50,000, but the actuals are 128,000. There's more money that is going towards this industry development than what's in these grants and contribution line items. For this, I don't have the specifics in front of me of what's going to what, but there's several small contribution agreements with communities to look at opportunities for sawmills, for example. And there has been in the past many years that we've worked with communities, particularly Fort Resolution and Fort Providence, a number of funding initiatives to help support the development of businesses under the forest management agreements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just looking at the industry there, it seems like we haven't made a lot of headway. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess I would, over the number of years we've been kind of looking at forestry type businesses that we really haven't done a lot. And I understand it's community driven, so I'm not sure if we can do more or not. But anyways, I just want to go to page 84, and under contract services, that's 17,700 and 17,779. What's that? What does that entail, and where does that go? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Sorry, yep. So for that detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer that question.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those would be things like aviation and air tanker contracts, firefighters, the negotiated contracts, pre-suppression contracts, and aircraft maintenance contracts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Are there any other questions under forest management? Seeing none, I'll get members to go to page 84. Environment and Natural Resource Forest Management Operations Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $38,498,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, now we will go to Water Management and Monitoring, beginning on page 87 with informations on page 90. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the Water Strategy Action Plan, how are the, with the, I guess, upriver sites for checking them and for contaminants and what's flowing down the river, how many of those sites do we have open now? And are they still half of them shut down due to COVID-19 restrictions? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there were more stations that were where the monitoring was occurring, and then I believe it was in January or February, there were travel restrictions that were put in place, and the Environment Canada staff that do the sampling at those sites near the oil sands are in Saskatchewan, so they were unable to travel to do the sampling. So in discussions with the Alberta government, they agreed they are continuing to do their long-term monitoring, and they agreed to do key stations. 27th baseline, Athabasca is one of them. It's the long-term monitoring station, and they're doing that one as well, so we can make sure that we're maintaining a monitoring record. And then as soon as the travel restrictions due to COVID have stopped, then they'll be coming back to do more sites than what they're doing right now. There are some sites that are closer to the N.W.T. that are in Alberta that are being done out of Yellowknife by Environment Canada. So there's 4 of them. One of them is in the N.W.T., 3 others that are being done as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
In regards to the water partnerships and agreements that we have with research departments in Alberta, and are they, all the information is shared correct in regards to what's in the water? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
All reports are shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Yeah, no, just want to make it, like for myself, it's a big thing because everything flows down the Mackenzie and ends up right in Tuck. So just want to make sure that any of the sites that are making sure that our bilateral agreements and making sure that all information is shared and passed along to the N.W.T. Regional Corporation in regards to information that's coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail of who we share within our Indigenous governments. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the results that we do get, and part of the transboundary agreement is setting up what we call an early warning system in the transboundary agreement, which is sampling and the monitoring data for quality and quantity that's in Alberta upstream. What we do is we have an annual report that we do with Alberta that's published, and that is on the monitoring that happens right at the border. But if there are any changes that we see, we look at that early warning system data to see why that change is happening, and we make sure that we explain that in the annual reports. Right now we're a little bit behind on that reporting because we needed to work together on how we were actually going to develop the reports. But I'm happy to say that we're working right now on 2 years together in one report, so that we'll be up to date on that reporting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I didn't even have you on the clock. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to go on the same line as my colleague here in terms of transwater boundary items. I know that we do have one with agreement with Alberta and BC, but if I heard correctly, I don't think we have anything solid in place with Saskatchewan. Can the Minister give us an update if there's any work been done in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We provided a draft agreement for review to Saskatchewan a couple of years ago, and we just recently had a meeting with them. They had some capacity challenges, and to be honest, on their priority list, it's not the same as our priority list because it's a very small portion of Saskatchewan, but they have reviewed it now, and they're at the table with us, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to come to an agreement with Saskatchewan in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair? That's okay. Just waking everybody up. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And well, like I've always said this before, like the water systems, it doesn't see borders. With all our water systems, everything's all connected. And I bet you if we had any major environmental concerns here on our side and something spilled in another jurisdiction, there'll be all over us. I think that there needs to be that mutual respect. I think that's really important. So I just thought I'd make that as a comment. I'm going to move on to the N.W.T. water strategy. Can the Minister just explain exactly what the contribution is, how this works, and how what exactly this line item is? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
So my understanding, it's funding for University of Guelph to initiate groundwater monitoring in the Fort Lauderdale area, but it's been delayed due to the COVID. Yeah, so it's for projects like that, but for other detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This can be for contributions with communities to work on community projects, or it can be to work on research projects as the Minister has put forward. It's any sort of contributions, agreements that we have or work that we do to implement the Water Stewardship Strategy Action Plan. So there's many, many things that fall under that category. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, that's good to know. And this other last item here, this other contribution for the Mackenzie River Basin Board, can the Minister explain what that is as well?
Thank you. Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's an agreement that was signed in 1997 among all of the jurisdictions that are part of the Mackenzie River Basin in Canada. And that agreement, the way that it's implemented, is through meetings of the Mackenzie River Basin Board. So the N.W.T is a member, and we have an Indigenous member that participates on the Mackenzie River Basin Board, as do the other jurisdictions that are in the Mackenzie River Basin. So this is a contribution towards this that we make every year so that the board can continue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
No, that's good to know. Like, I wasn't too sure I understood that because, yeah, because in the actuals it didn't exist now. That's earmarked for that. So at least I know what that's for. And at this time, I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the number for water regulatory and assessment on page 88 is just kind of like in flat line. I'm just wondering why it hasn't sort of gone up or down. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
For that detail, I'll turn to the Assistant, or ADM. Sorry, thank you. Or DM, sorry.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Madam Chair, that's the amount that's allotted for water regulatory, and we're able to work within that budget. If you can see from the actuals, we actually came in under the budget in 1920. So we've had discussions with the regulatory group, and this funding is adequate for the work that they need to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is the line item where our water inspectors would go and do inspections. And I just want to know what's happening with the diamond mines right now, whether our inspectors are allowed to go to the site and whether they're able to perform their job. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. That's actually Lance that actually has the responsibility to go into the mines. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
I don't think so.
City Minister?
We already have lands officers that go into the mine and they do the waters work at the same time. So all of the diamond mines right now, the water regulatory work by the water officers are done by lands officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Okay. Am I allowed to ask, are those inspectors actually allowed to go to the site right now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
That would have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, look, I know we're into year 2 of a pandemic, but it's an important time at some of these sites as well, in the life cycle of some of these mines. And Deputy Minister knows this way better than I, that in a couple of months we're going to be talking about spring freshet. That's a very important time at these sites because water starts moving around and strange things can happen. So I just want to make sure, and I don't think our folks were able to go there in May and June of 2020. So I want to make sure that our folks get there this year and be able to do their work. I don't know what else I can say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
We will get back to the committee with that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Further thanks.
For Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just curious to know why there was no 2019-20 actual for the Mackenzie River Basin Board, and I apologize if that was answered. It's been a long day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
To the DM. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been doing an assessment of things that should be contracts versus contributions, and this is one of them that was we have switched to doing as a contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's good to hear. I like to hear that we're being more efficient, so kudos to the department for that. When the Deputy Minister commented that the N.W.T water strategy line item, the 175,000, could be used by like a variety of projects, and that includes research and community projects, given that there's potential for the university side to dip down as COVID restrictions still continue on, although I know that a lot of those people are probably really dedicated and are willing to maybe come up and spend 2 weeks in the bush, isolating for themselves so they can do their research. But I'm just curious to know, is this a potential or an area where we could be actually increasing the funding and then using this money to increase or meet our mandate of increasing employment in small communities? Since it is a broad fund from the sounds of it, it does sound like it could be a great way to start creating new projects in small communities at this time. Perhaps maybe not an increase in funding as I see people's faces, but even just repurposing a little bit of this money so that instead of it being very restrictive, it could be used to sort of, again, keep money flowing into smaller communities, keep people working. It does seem like it's a great area to moving forward with like the water, I'm not going to say the Water Guardians or the Guardian program, all of that kind of thing. It's all step in line with that and increasing our knowledge economy as well. So just more of a suggestion or comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as a comment. Did the Minister have anything to follow up?
I thank the member for that, and we will have discussions. I mean, nothing's a never, and here's maybe the opportunity to look at it, but we will be having those discussions. But further detail, maybe get the Deputy Minister.
That funds our community monitors and provides funding to Guardians already. So we have looked at those opportunities. The department has actually looked at some of the work where we would travel into communities. We've hired local residents to work with communities to do that work. So along the lines of what the member has stated, we've been doing that work, and this line item in particular is how we get money out for community monitoring and the Guardian programs that we support. Thank you, Madam. Related to water. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. No further. Okay. Are there any further questions under the water management and monitoring? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to this section, what percentage of these funds go to funding or providing funding to Indigenous groups to participate in development of strategies and action plans? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for that detail. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would depend on the year because it depends on what projects that we're doing. We have an Aboriginal steering committee that supports the implementation of the water strategy and has since we started to develop it. So those costs are always covered for the participation of the Aboriginal steering committee. Some years we have traditional knowledge projects that we're working on or community work that we're doing. Other years we have more research, but under the water strategy, there's a consistent there is consistent work with communities because many of the action items are to work directly with communities on water issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to research and monitoring, I guess I'd ask what's the extent of monitoring that we do, and is it concentrated in a specific geographical area in the Northwest Territories, or is it, I suspect it's up and down the valley and throughout, but just because, you know, the water coming into the N.W.T. is going to be, we're going to see more contamination there. So I'm just wondering where we're doing most of our monitoring and where most of those dollars are going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. We do have various sites across there, and we're making sure, as Deputy Minister said, if there's early warning systems we have in place, and we're able to see if there's contaminants coming down. But for detail on where the sites are, I'll go to the, with your permission, to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's different types of water monitoring that we do across the territory. There's hydrometric monitoring, which is water quantity monitoring. And in the Bodell region, there's 27 sites, in the Sawtoo 22, in the Dutcho 17, in the North Slave 28, and in the South Slave there's 10. So they're distributed across the territory. Another example is the community-based water quality monitoring that we do. So there's 5 different monitoring, it's with communities. So there's 5 communities in the Bodell region. There's 11 sites that are monitored with the communities in the Sawtoo, 9 in the Dutcho, 7 in the North Slave, and 6 in the South Slave. There's also meteorological monitoring that's mostly focused in the Bodell and the North Slave, and there's snow surveys that are done across the whole territory as well. And then there's the transboundary water quality sites, 1 in the Bodell on the Peel, the Dutcho on the Liard, and 1 on the Hay and 1 on the Slave in the South Slave. And then we have a water quality network with 22 stations in the North Slave and 10 in the South Slave. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, water monitoring, is in the land claim agreements, you know, there's specific sections, I think, for that. When we're looking at this, how do we incorporate, I guess, what's in the agreements with respect to what we're doing in managing and participation from Indigenous groups? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I have to turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So when we were developing the water strategy, there was a number of things that we looked at, and land claim commitments were one of the main foundations for the water stewardship strategy. There were a lot of concerns that were being brought forward about water because it's so important to people in the N.W.T. And we worked collaboratively with Indigenous governments and other water partners across the N.W.T. to come up with that water strategy. And really, it was the foundation for the mandate for the transboundary agreements as well. And the Aboriginal Steering Committee is key. So they have guided us, they guided the transboundary negotiations, they've guided all of the aspects of development and implementation of the water strategy. So we've got the land claims as the foundation, and then we've got Indigenous participation the whole way through development and implementation. And I think that, I hope that that answers the member's question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other question I guess I have is with respect, I guess, to the monitoring and management is, and has the, I guess, is there any case law out there that's available, any challenges with upstream, upstream industries and that doing work up there? And has there been any challenges from any of the Indigenous groups or the government in the Northwest Territories to challenge, any work by whether it's pulp mills or mining companies to that may I guess have potential damage for waters coming into Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'm going to have to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not specifically up to speed on case law specifically, but what I can speak to is the fact that we have participated as the government in environmental assessment processes for Site C and some other developments. And the transboundary agreement, while it's cooperative in nature, we have a bilateral management committee for that. So that management committee includes the Assistant Deputy Minister from the N.W.T and from Alberta, and it has an Indigenous member, which is Tim Heron from the N.W.T Métis Nation, that sits on that bilateral management committee. And that's where we bring concerns and address any issues that come forward for the transboundary agreement. So if we can't, there's a whole dispute resolution mechanism that's built into the transboundary agreement as well if we can't come to an agreement, but the process there does not preclude us from using a legal method if required. What we're trying to do is work collaboratively through that bilateral management committee as the first step, and then we take the opportunity to participate in environmental assessments as required, and then we have that dispute resolution mechanism. But as I mentioned, we could still use legal recourse if needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under water management and monitoring? Seeing none, please turn to page 88. Environment and Natural Resources Water Management and Monitoring Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates $9,780,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now go to page 91, Wildlife and Fish, beginning on page 91 with information items on up to page 94. Questions? Any questions? No questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So let's talk about caribou. Caribou, the barren ground caribou surveys were supposed to happen last year. They didn't because of COVID. What's happening this summer? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
So we are planning to do the survey this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So how much does it cost and where is it found in the budget? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I will turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The surveys cost around $430,000. They're done every 2 years, so the budget was set up to have that funding there every 2 years, and now we're off cycle because of COVID. So what we're doing is we're lapsing the $430,000 that we didn't spend on the surveys this year, and then we will be able to use that funding next year, and we're going to adjust the cash flow so then that funding is available every second year from then on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Madam Chair, I appreciate that. So I just want to be crystal clear. The money can be carried over from last year to this year to allow for the survey work to be done. You don't have to cut internally, look for unused funds in other parts of ENR or even within Wildlife and Fish to do the work. Just want to be really clear about that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So my understanding, we're lapsing it this year, and then we're able to pick up the money next year, next fiscal year, to do the job that we were going to do this year, but because of COVID, we weren't able to. So we do have the money that is, and I wouldn't say we're transferring, we're lapsing it this year, then bringing it, then we're getting the money next year fiscal year to do the survey. Detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to talk about the finances to it.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only addition that I will make is that we will need to put forward a sup request for next year. But the Department of Finance is aware that we're lapsing the funding this year and that the work needs to be done next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll put in a good word for you guys right now with the Finance Minister that I want them to approve that. And if they don't, they'll have to answer to me. So, I'm deadly serious. This is, these herds are in very, very desperate state. One of the most reliable ways that we have to determine their health is through the calving ground surveys. If the work is not done, we have no idea what's going on with the overall well, I shouldn't say no idea. Our ability to predict and project is diminished dramatically. And I know I'm talking to scientists about this, so they get this. So we have to have that work done. And I expect that all of Cabinet's going to line up behind that. So I do want to ask, though, about the wildlife research and management line on page 92. There's a $700,000 drop predicted or projected from what we spent last year. So can someone tell me why that is being reduced? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. 230K was the Nuvik Tuck Highway Environmental Assessment funding. It was sunsetted. 430,000 conservation and recovery of the Bathurst Blue Nose East herd. Caribou, ground caribou herd funding fluctuates according to the calving plan. So that's where that money that we had from, we talked about the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. So, sorry, I'll just go back and ask one other question. So the $430,000 for the Barren Ground Caribou surveys, does that then have to be brought forward through a SUP? Thank you.
Minister?
Yes.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. You've already got one vote. Appreciate that. I want to ask about work for caribou habitat protection. Where would I find it in the budget here? And I see that there's a habitat and environmental assessment line. Is that where I would find money, and how much, and what is actually being done to protect? I'll just pick on one herd, the Bathurst caribou herd.
Minister?
Detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Do you have it? Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the money for the habitat protection comes under the line item for wildlife research or habitat and environmental assessment. I don't have the exact number with me that we're using on that, but it's related to the pilot project that we have provided information on previously. So I don't have the exact number at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
We'll make the commitment to get that back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. I'd understood that there were some meetings that were to take place in the fall, or maybe it was in January with the Tlicho and some other Indigenous governments and communities to start to identify specific areas for habitat protection. critical habitat. Like, look, there's nothing else we can do on the harvest side, quite frankly, other than maybe, and I do appreciate the work of the minister and what he did in the media today. Maybe we can do some more enforcement stuff there, but there's not much we can do with the harvesters to deal with that anymore. We've tried the predator stuff. That seems to have worked a little bit. The one area where we haven't done anything and is still outstanding, even in the range plan, is habitat protection. And so I had understood there was going to be some meetings. What's the status of that work? And have we actually started to identify areas that need to be protected, even permanently, for the Bathurst caribou herd? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have begun work on all 8 recommendations in the Bathurst Caribou Range Plan. There's been a draft framework for the implementation of mobile caribou conservation measures that was completed in March 2020, and we're currently working with Aurora Geosciences to develop detailed operational guidance based on a pilot program, which piloted mobile caribou conservation measures in the summer and fall of 2020. We've also, as the members stated, met with the Clecho government and identified caribou habitat as a value at risk under our wildlife management system, and also identified key boreal and barren ground caribou habitat. It's my understanding that we're now having meetings with other Indigenous governments to get their input as well, not to include with the Clecho input. And the intention is to, my understanding is that those meetings are ongoing at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll probably have some more questions on this habitat protection, maybe even later this week. But I did want to ask about the status of transboundary work with the government of Nunavut. The minister did invite me to a meeting not that long ago. I guess it was about a year ago. The Nunavut Premier was there. He's interested. And there were some user groups there. Where are we at with a transboundary caribou agreement? And I know the Premier Nunavut's been diverted with some other stuff, even in his hometown, but where are we at with a transboundary caribou agreement for the Bathurst herd and maybe some of the other herds? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. I'll start and then turn it to the Deputy Minister. So we've been trying to follow up on the meeting we had from last year with the member was invited to. A couple of members from the House were invited to, which was really good. We had Indigenous governments, we had the Nunavut government. The Premier is the Minister of Environment from Nunavut, so not only is he the Premier, but he's taken that portfolio. Unfortunately, the situation hasn't arrived that we were able to have further conversations. As the member talked about, he's been pretty busy in dealing with some of the challenges that are there. We're still trying to work with them. We've reached out a number of times, and we're trying to fit it into our schedule to have those conversations. But the work for the staff, I will turn to the Deputy Premier, or Deputy Minister, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think that per se we were looking at a transboundary agreement in the sense of an agreement. We have range plans and management plans that we've collaboratively developed with Nunavut. So they're a partner that we work with regularly on the implementation of those plans, like some of the other provincial governments as well, when the herds go cross boundaries. So we recognize and work very closely at the department level with the Department of Environment in Nunavut. And certainly they've been involved in these multi-year processes with Indigenous governments to develop range plans and management plans for the herds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my colleague from Frame Lake covered a lot of the questions I was going to ask, but that's fine. There's a few questions I want to ask anyways. So I'm just looking at some sunsets here. The alternative harvest and the monitoring range planning. Can the minister explain a little bit about that, like why these two area line items are being sunsetted? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
That detail, I have to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The alternative harvest funding was a one-time pilot funding project to assist harvesters in exploring alternative food sources other than caribou. And although there was no budget allocated ongoing, we have this year provided funding because of the mobile zone being as large as it is and the difficulty accessing caribou. So several Indigenous governments have received alternate harvest funding this year. What was the other one? Could I ask for clarity on what the other item was that the member was asking about, please?
Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Monitoring and range planning.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Me? Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. This was also one-time funding, and it was to support Indigenous governments and organizations' involvement in boreal caribou management and range planning. So that work was scheduled to be completed in that year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Madam Chair, no, I'm just concerned, like, we were just mentioning, that this caribou management, like, it's just important work, and I just don't want to see anything being taken away from that. I think that we need to make sure that we protect all our wildlife, and I don't know, it just seems like, like there's this one-time contribution. I think this should be something that should be continuing on. That's how I feel about it. I'm sure a few of my colleagues do as well. Yeah, so I'm going to move along here. That was just a comment. The Wildlife Management Board, I saw it someplace else here. Maybe I'm going off a little bit here. Can the minister just explain what this is, this line item here for $118,000?
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This line item is for contributions to support the wildlife management boards across the N.W.T. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
No, thank you. And the other item here too, there's a decrease here as well, not so much a sunset, but for the stewardship program. Can the minister explain why there's a decrease there as well?
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So that there is due to internal alignment due to historical actuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Madam Chair, so I didn't catch. I heard a sneeze through. Was that historical actions?
Minister?
Historical actuals.
Okay, good. So can the minister just elaborate what that is meant by that? Thank you.
Thank you. Member. Minister?
Historical actuals are actually what it has cost us to do this program area. So we go to the actual there. So we've realized this is where the numbers for us to be able to do it. So this is our actual cost to run the program. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. I just wasn't too sure there, and I don't have any other questions except to say, we gotta just continuing do as best we can with what we got to support our caribou. It's since time immemorial, where our people, lived off caribou, and I just hope that we could see like our future generations continue to harvest and hunt, this animal, and I'm hoping that we keep these herds strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with the member. So the member is aware. We did, as he was aware, we've met with YELLOWKNIFE, the elders and chief, their committee there to talk about it. We're also going in, I believe it's the 26th 24th is Fort Smith, sorry. The 26th, we are going into Let's Okay to meet with Chief and Council and the elders too, to talk about the caribou situation as well. So we are looking and listening to our communities and affected governments and IGCs or IGOs, depending on who you talk to. So yeah, so we are listening and we are trying to make sure we make Caribou a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Sorry. We're in the information items at the end. Sorry, remember I wanted to, yeah, thanks. That's why.
Sorry. Are there any further questions under Wildlife and Fish? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess it's called Wildlife and Fish, and I haven't heard anything about fish yet, so. Being from Hay River, I can't go back there if I don't ask questions. I would like to know what percentage of this budget item here goes to, I guess, to the area of fish management, or I guess is what I'm asking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister for that detail. Thank you.
Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the name of this used to be the Wildlife Division, and it was changed to the Wildlife and Fish Division because we have begun discussions with the federal government to look at taking on some responsibilities related to fish. What I will say here is that there is limited amounts in this particular budget, other than for some of the enforcement aspects that happen at the regional level for that we have an agreement with the federal government already on. But fish are covered off under the Cumulative Impact Monitoring Program. There's much work that's done on fish because it's one of the valued ecosystem components, that water fish and caribou. And also there's fish work that has been done related to the human health risk assessment for giant, and there's fish work that has been done as part of the water stewardship strategy implementation, because you don't generally talk to people about water and not talk about fish. So we've done some fish research projects, but in fish, wildlife and fish specifically, the funding is related directly to that enforcement role that I mentioned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we're in discussions with the federal government, at what point, or is there a timeline where we take more responsibility? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
That detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's early stages of that work. I think that this decision was before my time working with this section, but I believe what we were doing was setting ourselves up to be, to be like other jurisdictions. Most jurisdictions have a wildlife and fish section, or a fish and wildlife, as many of you have heard. So the intent here is to be ready for those discussions, but they're at an early stage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not sure what else to ask then, if we don't really have a hell of a lot of responsibility. So that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Are there any further questions under Fish and Wildlife? Seeing none, please go to page 92. Environment and Natural Resource, Wildlife and Fish, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $16,156,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. There are additional information items on page 95 to 103. Do members have any questions on any of those? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the work performed on behalf of others, and starting on page 101, and obviously that would vary over the years dependent on what, say, the federal government needs for us to do, and et cetera, et cetera. But when you look at it, it's for the year coming up, estimated to be around $7.6 million. Can the minister speak a little bit to, this is $7.6 million that wouldn't necessarily be in the economy of the Northwest Territories, and I guess it's kind of more, could be an ITI question, but can the minister speak to how we can leverage more money, I guess, under work performed on behalf of others, as it seems like it might be a way to at least keep money flowing through our economy, using it to keep people employed. I mean, if we can fund projects under this or pay for things under this, why would we not try to increase this amount? Or maybe I'm completely out to lunch because it's almost 8 o'clock on a really long day. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Minister.
I'll start and then I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. So these here are projects that we, as it says, we're performing on behalf of others. These are things that we've worked with the federal government or the organizations to get done. But to advance it would be a bit of a challenge right now because of our commitments, but I think I got that look, so I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister who can clarify that part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is one element where the department is always looking for opportunities to work with others and do work that meets our mandate requirements and the work that we need done as a territory. I definitely think that this list has been longer in other years, but that's likely the result of not finding as much alignment as we have in other years. But I can definitely say that our department does a good job of looking for money from other groups to help support the work that we do in the N.W.T. But there's always room for improvement, and we are definitely engaging at the department in discussions along those lines. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I should also say this is also a department that does lots of science and facts and things, as I said, when I had other departments in front of me. So I like what I hear the Deputy Minister saying. I do understand what the Minister says about capacity at this time and such. But yeah, I'm a firm believer the more we can get people from the South to pay for us and things that we need, why wouldn't we? So more of a comment and I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as a comment. Any further questions under the information items? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I think I ask this almost every budget. The N.W.T Water Board. You know, this is, I know, some kind of artifact of devolution. You know, that they do good work, they got good staff. But why are they kind of on our payroll? I know we get money from the federal government for this, but these folks should be independent of G&WT. And like the other land and water boards, I just don't understand why this is here. They should be getting their own money outside of the budget, and what are we doing? This is just kind of like the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority. It's another one of these instances where this was a federally funded institution of public government, and now it's for G&WT. What are we doing to make this board really independent and allow them to hire their own staff, look after their own budget, do all their own stuff, instead of us doing it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah, I can honestly say that I've been side the member for 4 years on the other side when there, and he's asked this question here. We've talked, we've looked at this, trying to find options there. The biggest challenge right now is our benefit package, and when we're talking to the staff and that's the challenge. They don't want to be lose the benefits, which will then have an impact on finding people to hire people and that. But we've had conversations with the chair We've looked at it. They have a new chair, my understanding, and we're working with them on it. We would love to be able to do it, but at the same time, we don't want to cause due stress to the staff that work there. So for further clarity on what some of the stuff that's being done on a day-to-day basis or week-to-week or month-to-month, I will turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the IWB doesn't report to any of this, like it doesn't report to the Waters group. It reports to the Director of Finance to maintain to make sure that they are as independent as possible. We have committed to the previous chair, and that commitment stands with the chair now, that we will deal with this through the process to amend the Waters Act because it's going to require an amendment, and that we will review and discuss the transition of staff to the IWB through attrition and the option of establishing a reporting structure that they've asked us to look at multiple options, and we've said that we will discuss it when we're doing the Waters Act amendments because that's where we would need to make those changes. There are concerns from a labor relations perspective, and we want to make sure that we're doing it through that process, and we'll be engaging with all those that we need to discuss this item with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate the level of detail that's been provided by the Deputy Minister. I just worried that this may not happen in my lifetime. So, look, I want to get these guys as independent as they possibly can and away from G&W.T. So I think that's a shared objective, but I really hope that we can make some progress before I pass away. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does the minister have any comments?
I hope he doesn't pass away for a long, long time. I like the guy. I appreciate his tenacity when it comes to working for the people. So, yeah, hopefully we can get it done sooner than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under information items? Seeing none, I'll get members to please return now to the departmental summary found on page 69. Environment and Natural Resource Operation Expenditures Total Department 2021-2022 main estimates $97,874,000. Does the committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources at this time. Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Environment and Natural Resource 2021-2022 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Does committee agree? Okay. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you. The committee is now adjourned.
Order, order. Sound like everybody was having fun in committee of the whole today. May I please have the report of committee of the whole, please, member for Medevac Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 286-19-2 main estimates 2021-2022, and I would like to report progress with one motion carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee of the whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder, member for Tunde Welde. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading the bills. Third reading the bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 10th, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions 638, 19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committee on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 30-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills. First reading of bills, Bill 23, an act to amend the Public Utilities Act. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bills 3, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 20. Committee reports 8, 9, and 10. Minister statement 77. Table documents 165, 166, 167, 286. Report of committee of the whole. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day.
This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 10th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.